Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, I know, it's on early morning.
Awesome.
That's terrible.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're not going to,
Until we really start.
don't blame me.
Our fault and claims belongs to victim or double homicide.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Imagine
I
that.
have to check with Lori. She. I don't
So,
know, that
you didn't have
testing
to-
positive at the jail.
Yeah.
So then she wants me to do the full 6 months and then keep them on.
What did I predict 2 weeks ago?
She. Yeah, she just,
Yeah.
yeah, she's.
You gotta be nuts.
Yeah, I might want to talk to her, but now that's twice that,
Oh,
you know, Marco, we had to recall her, and it's just. The probation officers weren't correct, right, then they're going and say, well, because this is.
Yeah, I want to put it up on the screen.
No, they can't be. Because if.
That's bad.
Somebody.
It's because it wasn't working. Nobody does. You know, they all like just drop shoes.
Can we put it on the screen yet?
We don't have a printer.
I don't know how
No, and we could, if I got my laptop, I could pull up each of the accounts, but you have it, you should have it.
Well, I don't mean that, I mean, just a picture of us sitting here, like with the feed seats, you know what I mean?
Got.
We would have to. That I don't know. And I see if you can put a picture up.
I don't know why that's.
When we always do on the screen.
Oh, where it showed the whole table. There was something about it, it just was easier to not do it.
Yeah, to jump in.
We had it back on there?
We can, you gotta call somebody though. Go ask Chrissy and see if we can, how she did that to put the, what is displayed on the table up on the screen. Thanks, John. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, she.
it is.
Yes, yeah.
I think easier to try to.
Yeah, she'll.
Same.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Awesome.
Like Friday and Saturday.
And on Friday, Friday was in Newark. Saturday was Zanesville. This week's Yankee Lake, a big one in Yankee Lake. They're not doing nothing. The year
That's
last
bad.
year.
So.
That's you, you say. Margaret's question. The, or their. I don't know what you call it, latte,
I don't know more.
10 a.m.
That's-
What do you want this way?
He wants the
Like a picture of all of the TV.
Just us sitting at the table.
Oops.
Well, I can see my
I don't want to.
my hair's parted correctly.
And that's.
She's.
Yeah, I was thinking about what we were talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to tell Sharon up there. When I miss out.
Oh, you, I can't say.
I miss out.
It's like this.
Yeah.
Okay, she's fine.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
There we go.
Yes.
They don't know it. And I don't get that. I'm like, yeah, it happens, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
good,
Thanks, you guys.
we're good, ladies. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk. Believe we're ready to start.
Okay, Mr. Malloy,
Here.
Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Bernard, absent.
Welcome. So this starts our 2026 budget. And I don't know if you would like to speak first.
I'm gonna take about 10 seconds.
That would be, huh?
Quicker than.
Jenny Caruso, Commonplace Court, Ashley Hall, Commonplace Court, General Division. We submitted the 2026 anticipated Commonplace budget. There really hasn't been any increases other than obviously salaries due to step increases for people that are due. Let's see. And we didn't have, we are implementing a new jury program that is actually going to be cost savings. Mosley's, which is 9,000 office, $10,000 police. And we're also getting court region management, which is almost $10,000. So when we, in the postage, so it's not emails and faxes, it's on postage in the jury commission office, but that is a common please line item for postage. So that's going to be a huge savings there. So we do have some cost savings. I think we're all pretty good over there about watching, you know, and not going crazy and buying things that we don't need to. It's a job of watch their spending. Other than that, there really isn't too much more to add. That's the only real increase is going to be the employees. I do have a retirement, Sharon Ford, I have Simon Office is retiring, and December this year. I don't have anybody slated for next year retirement. It just kind of depends, you know, sometimes people change their mind last minute and say, yeah, right now, not here. You know, they don't give me a heads up, so.
How to replace her, you're gonna look for.
Yeah, so we did, that she's gonna be replacing Judge Cindy Rice's assignment clerk, and they did hire somebody. She is starting first summer, and of course she's coming in a range 6.0. So there's all these things that her salary and going out the range 6. So there's a little bit of cost of concern. But other than that, yeah, we know what the situation is in the county. And we are being very projects. Projects. And that's all I got.
Dude, is there anything that you guys could do, like court costs, are they set by the state? Is there any way you guys can raise any of that to put more money in?
Yeah, you have to talk to the clerk. That's a total cost. We don't have anything to do with costs. So
Okay.
that's all right through the clerk's office. Anything else?
It looks a little over, but. Major amount.
No, we didn't
Yeah,
increase
if
any
you
of
look at the
the,
budget.
yeah, we didn't increase any of the appropriations for.
Sorry, you're.
Well, this, what happens here is the employees are also included in everything's on
Right, but
insurance, everything.
no, I understand. So we're,
So they're not unreasonable.
no, I'm not saying they are, I'm just pointing out this about where it's at.
And I'll say last year you did a great job because you never came and asked for one penny
Yeah.
more.
Okay.
You said this is what we want.
Yeah.
It was the same as what you wanted the year before and you stuck to it. So
Yeah, and we
appreciate
did, all of the money around and sure, all our expenses covered, so, I've been working. So we don't have to. So like I said, the only thing that's up is gonna be the health care, obviously. It's up everywhere.
We really don't have exact numbers on that either,
Okay.
Alex. That's not even gonna be till this month. that
We do know it, but we just got them.
Oh,
The
okay.
commissioners have to approve it next week.
Okay.
It's actually less of an increase than what I had, so the email that I had sent out
Oh,
was
good.
14%.
That's fantastic.
To cover our, what, so we're gonna come in around 10.7 for increase in rental and 10.6.
Oh, that's great.
Increase in planning. So
That's a nice
the
bumper.
good thing is what I wanted to be here today to say, if you use the 14% number, which is what we had last year. I wanted us to make sure that we had enough to cover ourselves, that nobody was budgeting under, because I literally just got the numbers on today.
Well, that's good, then that's a nice bumper.
But yes, you're right, the commissioners have to agree with all the person.
Very good. Very soft spoken.
Oh. You obviously don't visit me over there.
I'm not with you when you're with your high school.
Yeah, exactly, you're not with me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I know how that goes.
And you know Patrick.
Thank you very much for simple research. It's extremely helpful.
Sure. It's the easiest way for me to break everything out. I'm a very person, so I can literally break everything out. Perfect. Awesome.
Very
Me,
Yeah,
Tracy Hunt, Chief Probation Officer, Adult Probation, this is Vanessa Vital, she's our fiscal officer. I have the same thing to say as Jody. we are self-sufficient in every way except for employees and the landline telephones, what general fund pays for. We pay for everything else. So we have, between our grant funding and the supervision fees, which are income, we have roughly $2.9 million worth of our own funding. So the only thing that comes out of general fund is employee-related costs. And the same breakdown that we did for employees, you'll see, probation's portion of the salary is gonna be 1.5 million, the general fund is gonna be 585,000. And we have an additional $100,000 grant that isn't included in our number, so your number will go down. We're trying real hard to take care of it. That's all we have to say about it.
How happy are you guys over at Stone Building?
Did you see? What was, did you see?
I don't think they've gotten there yet.
Put into that building, what we don't.
So here's for the capital expenditure, so here's why I
Here's a
did
breakdown.
that. I did that because I'm well aware that we're not gonna probably get any of that anytime soon. I did not want to not put it on the list and then heaven forbid something happens and you guys come back and say, why didn't you tell us there's a water leak in the back door? And why didn't you tell us that the windows are broken? So that's why I included it. I totally understand we're probably gonna get nothing and that's fine. I'm just, the building is old.
Yeah.
But we are situated exactly where we need to be. We're court adjacent, we're jail adjacent. I had a very brief conversation with the administrative judge. Moving us is really an option. You're gonna wanna talk to them. Because we really do need to be within walking distance of the court and the jail. The bus stop is literally at our corner. That's how defendants get to us. And it might not seem like a long walk to go down to Chestnut, but for defendants, it is.
They're not gonna show up.
That was just
They're-
a word that blurted out in one meeting, there's no talks on that.
Yeah, I mean, we're fine. The roof is the biggest problem and that's getting done. The air conditioning, which leaks and causes sort of the water leaks down the walls, when that gets done, that'll be done. We are renovating the 4th floor out of our budget, not yours. And, doing something else. The water fountains are broken. We're gonna take that out of our budget, not yours. So I'm trying to be a team player. But there is a reality for the building. The first one broken and they haven't since we got in. We had the break-in this year through a window. The back door, you can literally push your hand through or push a brick out. That's how unsteady the back door is.
And that's stuff that should really be addressed just because it is probation department. For us. So everybody in that building. So those I would say are the two main concerns as far as trying to get that taken care
I
of.
mean, the brick thing, we should address immediately.
Well, I'm not quite sure how. When Megan party come over for the bids for the roof and the air conditioner, they have said if there was funds left over from that, that they would worry about the back door, because that's a drainage issue for the back. Every time it rains, water completely flows in, and that's why the wall is starting to crumble. So they have to sort of repurpose and actually raise the door up in the back to fix that, which I guess if there's money left over, that'll be the third thing they do. with that.
There is going to be money.
Yeah, so that should solve that. I mean, I just got a price quote for the windows in the hopes that maybe we could try to take care of that. It was over $100,000. I can't, just for the first floor, I can't absorb that. But they've been broken since we
We
did
had
it.
all the windows, how many times? Is that the one that we had?
That was JFS, that was those, so.
Those are done.
So like roofs and.
Engineers and windows, Judge Rice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least the first floor.
At least the first floor windows, because you know, the break in.
They can get right in.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right, it's probation, we have technology, we have weapons, we have ammo, we
Yeah,
have,
not a good place to be breaking
we have
into.
cash, we have,
Not a good place to have defendants break.
They really are.
We got cleaning crews in there at night too, that we worry about, that sometimes women in there, that it needs to be secure.
Their windows, like where they're at, they're flush, so like when you're walking by, you literally, I mean, and there's.
Yeah, not very soon.
No. But that's why I put so much on the capital improvement. Like I said, I just wanna, I'm covering my bases.
No, that's good. That's no
And,
problem.
and,
I know we
and,
need
you
to know.
know,
Yeah, and she's right, yeah, the judges are definitely. We can barely get defendants. We send them to probation all the time after. And trying to get them from there to here is sometimes an issue. We have to send them up the street, they're gone. I
And-
guarantee they're gone.
and I was looking into it, because there are some counties that don't have their probation departments near the courthouse. But the courthouse gives the probation space when they need them. I'm gonna assume the courthouse has zero space left to give us any space in there, so I don't know how.
We're
Us
sitting on
being
top
any-
of each other.
I don't know that we could be any further away than what we are.
Yeah, the courthouse, it's great back when it's built, just.
Everybody's bursting at the seams.
Yeah.
We're running out of room. And we have 3 floors, so. But yeah,
Yeah, don't worry about the chestnut thing. That's not,
thank you, because I
Keep it
do
on
not
the
want to
table.
move down the street.
Yeah, that, oh God, that just costs a lot of things.
Yes. I haven't got to go themselves.
It's gonna cause me a lot more stress.
Well,
Ashley, you got anything?
Nope, I'm just here on behalf of the judge and Jody's the expert, so.
we appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything to be paid. Yeah, I was just gonna.
You guys come back in an hour. Yeah. That'd be nice.
All right, you guys all have a great holiday, girlfriend, that was great. seeing you.
Yes, you
Yeah,
too.
I'll see you.
I talk 100%.
You, don't hide.
I'm good to see you. Thank you, guys.
I sure will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies.
Bye, guys.
Great, you
Have a
guys.
great holiday.
You're always great fun. Thank you.
And you can always call me, girlfriend.
I know. Thank you so much.
All right.
That was easy. Now we get to it. This will be fun.
Is,
We'll have He's always good. He cut his budget.
Well, you know, good boss.
He's wonderful.
I can make a motion, we take a pause until 9:30 when the next department comes in.
yeah, it's 9:18. What? Just a
I don't think there's any need for the public to hear us, just table chatter and stuff and
I'll
whatnot.
second the motion.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes. Pause it for now. in this room.
Yes.
We remember when Tony Bernard was commissioner the first time.
Mr. Hernandez,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, we start on the night that everybody gets along. Absolutely, yeah. Where you going?
That's what they tell you.
Yeah.
That's what they tell you.
Where's Tom?
He's under the weather today.
That it'll be true. I didn't get sick on mine though. But you know what's weird? I think the computers listen to us.
Absolutely.
No, seriously.
Yeah, it's.
No, because like,
It is real.
I'm sitting in my office the day before yesterday. And my screensaver, I look over. There you go. I said, it's
move down the Harrison.
it's the Trophy Falcons. And I'm like,
Gotcha.
and so I'm like, how the hell? Like, I was standing in front of that thing 3 weeks ago. I think they listen because it's how do they, I mean, all of a sudden, I'm there, I'm in, there, and then boom, it pops up on my screen.
Oh, yeah.
I said, that's just too, just like weird.
Yeah.
And then Marla. Yeah, everybody, you might not, you know, everybody. So she sends me this picture yesterday that she found on some social media. And it said, what really matters is who you walked all over Rome. Okay. But here's the freaky thing, and she didn't know it. So there's this picture in the back, and it's in the evening, and the building is is lit up, and it looks like the Coliseum. And I'm looking at that, and then I look, and there's a bus stop, and there's like they have these double-decker buses there where you can tour around Rome, Green Line, big bus, some other thing, and that's one of the stops. And I looked, and I said, that's Marla. I said, that's not the Coliseum. I said, that's the building that was a half a block away from our hotel. I said that we walked by one night, and I said, wow, is it because we kept walking by that, and I lost 10 pounds. And we kept walking by it, and I'm looking like, man, that thing really just looks like a miniature Coliseum. The architecture of the walls and stuff. And I said, look, look at the bottom, look, that's the stuff. And she goes, oh my God, you're right. I go, I know. I said, that's weird that picture, and then we walked past it.
Yeah, your phone picked it up.
No. She actually sent it to me. She saw, I don't know if it was on, I hate social media. So she found it on social media. So anyhow. Let's start this. I gotta go do seminar. I'm on panel, so.
Oh, you.
You have it.
Okay, yeah, we submitted our, what typically is a regular budget, which the salaries and compensates for the raises that, those cost of livings and stuff that are already scheduled. I think we had a 10% for the line items. That's typically what we do to account for inflation. And I know Judge Engler's here, and he wants to maybe discuss adding a couple other things to it, but that was kind of like our basic that we always kind of do. So Judge Engler has a couple things he wants to talk about it.
Oh my God, Alex, was the healthcare inflated here too?
Yeah,
The
so
projections.
what I did, commissioners, was I had sent out, we don't get the numbers until the first week of November. So what I had done was I anticipated that we knew it was going to go up, it's always go up. Well, I guess it's probably, but unfortunately, that's the way it goes. So what we did was I gave everybody the 14% increase that was last year. However, our increase did come in significantly less at 10.7 for single, 10.65 for family. So the good thing is, I don't want anybody to under budget
Right.
without knowing.
So that 38,000 you're adding in for healthcare, I think it's like 38,160 or something close to that.
It'll go down slightly.
Yeah, well, I think those numbers. according to them, they got this numbers from.
Yes, yeah, yeah, I sent everybody out in anticipation of, I just wanted them to use 14%.
Yeah.
That was the increase that was last year.
So moving forward, everybody's happy.
Yep.
I know that now.
Are we the first ones?
No, actually, no, but it started there and then, but now I know that was, that would be
So you
compensated.
picked up that was the same.
Yeah.
Hey, hi, good morning. I'm sorry, I don't know, the group here.
Oh, thanks. It's very nice. I'm Sharon Taylor, the
Sharon
Commissioner's Office.
Office.
And Alex Stephen Jensen, Human Resources Director.
Lisa Delenzi of Blair.
Okay, I met you.
Yes.
I know you two over there. No, I don't know you.
Jen?
Sharon Leonard, I'm working at Commissioner's office.
Hi, pleasure. David Angler, two judges. I appreciate, the diligence that Judge Bludorn has put into the budgetary process in the past, to put Trumbull County Family Court, which is also includes juvenile court, which is unique in Ohio. There's only a handful of courts that do both functions. 18 of them and out of the 88 counties. And but compared to similarly situated counties, because of Judge Bludorn's stewardship, it's probably about 15% to 20% underfunded compared to other similarly situated counties doing the same type of work. There is in the budgetary process, I think there's always been sort of incremental budget as opposed to a zero-based budget or performance-based budget that, I think we as an organization need to get to. We can't get to it in a week, but we can get some type of outline as to what it might look like. Make sure that we meet the Supreme Court mandates. For instance, there's a number right now, we'll put it $750,000 on the capital side, is for an assessment center. Assessment center is not completely mandated. But it's a kids get into the system, and then those kids have to get an assessment about, is there trouble at home, is there trouble at school, is there medical trouble, what is the issue? And it's also particularly a great, other communities use it, a great tool to have to be very responsive quickly to the kids that are coming into the juvenile system, like we had at the fairgrounds. So there's a place to take them immediately. One of Judge Bludorn's visions to have it, maybe the assessment center, maybe out in that direction. But you need some place to get kids to immediately so they understand there's a consequence for their actions. Right now, at the fair and sometimes at the mall, it'll be like, there's a consequence. No one's detained. We have rules that we have to abide by in terms of detained. You can't be detained. It takes a little work with the sheriff and the prosecutor's office. But we think an assessment center may well serve the community. Now, certainly $750,000 is not the cost of an assessment center. It's more than that. Some of it depends on, can we do it in an existing county building? Is there a school building? Is it a used Rite Aid building? What assets are out there and how much it would cost to do it? But it's basically kids come in, kids get their intake process. The intake process is doing in the juvenile court right now. The Bludorn instituted that so that you take a look at where those juveniles need to go. Sometimes it's not to an official charge. That's what the rest of Ohio does. You don't get an official charge because you have a mental health issue. It's clearly a family issue. And, that's why we're lucky in this county to have both juvenile and family together, because oftentimes they're one and the same issue. But it's a way to address particularly the issue with kids and to get them the help they need at the time they need it right up front when they have that initial interaction with law. So there's that portion. Then there in the special projects, we would request, do an amendment to an additional $25,000 for a virtual help desk. That go along with the help center that Judge Blumer started under Judge Sandy Harwood's name, that's in our building, but the virtual help desk.
That would be a condition on a special projects that we get from our court costs, including the court costs, they do with a separate line.
Separate, okay.
They don't, the commissioners in general fund do not contribute to special project.
Okay, and so that, but the help center, virtual help center, a couple counties are doing. We would do it in conjunction with Mahoney County, the first regional help center, in the state of Ohio, where we get, the judge and I and Magistrate Bombeck and the other magistrate, every day, there's at least 2 or 3 in our building, pro se litigants. So there are people that are 2 or 3 a day, okay, cases a day.
No, between the man, I might be slightly inflated, but 2 or 3 is very
Yeah,
low.
right, maybe that's
It's
just me,
very
that's
low.
just me and you.
Yeah,
I would
that
say-
might be you and me, our cases.
For the magistrates, they could have up to 10
Well, that's what I'm
pro se
saying.
cases a
Yeah,
day.
no, that's you and I need 2 or 3. That's on a slow day.
And this illustrates perfectly what I'm suggesting about performance-based budgeting or zero-based budgeting, because the numbers are going to be very critical. And I'm looking at you, Stephanie, and Ashley Callenbeck, the numbers can be critical. We were 5 years ago, this is the number of pro se, meaning no lawyers involved, filings. Where are we at today? That number has skyrocketed, right? It's a huge number, but the problem it exists, like when we're being the court staff, is we're people come to us and the paperwork is off. It's not done. Someone's maybe getting taken advantage of. Someone's doesn't know what they're doing. And so we're not allowed to give legal advice. We're not lawyers. And these people can't afford lawyers, or they chose not to get lawyers. And
Well, Kim and I and magistrates actually are lawyers, but we as judicial officers, we are not allowed to give legal advice, is what he's saying.
yeah,
So I can't step into a case and say, is this really what you meant? Or did you want this? Because this will, and that's where you get in, you're giving legal advice versus, legal information.
yeah, and
It's
it's
a fine
so
line.
hard, right, Scott? It's so hard not to give it because these people, they may have nothing, right?
Gray line on a daily basis.
I'm filling out paperwork from the bench. I'm literally filling it out just to make sure it gets done.
That they're supposed to have
They're
done,
supposed
right?
to have done.
Yeah.
But the virtual legal help desk actually is, there's another group called Ohio Legal Help. It's like a legal aid type group, but they will do a regional facility, and we may be able to get that $25,000 down. The idea is 25,000 plus, 25,000 for Mahoney, but there's grants that are available as well. Of course, we would try to get it to 0, but there's some of the foundations would pay through grants. So you're typing it in, my name's Rick Hernandez, and I have a custody action. When I know my parents aren't out. If you don't fill it out right, it won't let you proceed. Like most of the online forms we encounter, right? This is a required field. You got this one wrong. It conflicts with the previous field. That little change will cause people to do so much better in the court system. And so there's that, the legal help desk. I talked about the assessment center, which is a capital issue. And then on the salary side, I'm requesting an additional $125,000 into the budgetary side as we go through some of this performance review of how many cases per magistrate, how many mediation per mediator, all of the issues that need to be part of a budgetary process. And as I told Judge Sam, this happens to be my 41st judicial budget that I've done, because I did 40 of them while a county commissioner. It's understand and appreciate the role the county commissioners have, and will ensure that the same era of cooperation between the juvenile court, family court, and the commissioners remains. But we understand you have budget issues. We have Supreme Court mandates. See, like the Supreme Court's the one that says you gotta make pro se available to people. Supreme Court says you have to do these assessments and get it done right. You know, a federal judge, you know, it wasn't Judge Sam's issue. The federal judge would say, if you're not doing that, Trumbull County, giving assessments to kids, you're harming potentially thousands of kids out in Trumbull County, not getting those assessments. That was the old, there's new, better way of doing it, the way that most of all was doing it previously. So there are issues, and I have one specific technical issue, Judge Sam, I think he told me correctly, but the issue is if there's a retirement, let's say there's a payout, like Alex Savakis of 60,000 or whatever that number, vacation, sick day,
Cash
cash out. Is that something that needs to be baked into the budget now upfront?
No, it's ideal. A lot of times we don't know we're going to retire. That's just for if it's going to happen. We don't know that. That's the human aspect. Resources.
But usually people hear there's
Yeah.
rumblings and you just.
Yeah, well, that's-
You can plan for it.
That's for sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
And so there is gonna be one of those, there's an additional $50,000 coming out. In the neighborhood of a cash out.
Yeah.
Retirement.
And I always just tell everybody, if you kind of know about it, go take a look at their accruals, have somebody look at their accruals and just do a rough estimate. If they're cashing it out the rate that they're at right now, you know, that they're gonna cash out their vacation. And if they're truly retiring as a county policy within 10 years of service, has some 10 years of service and they can retire, they're sick with your within as well, retiring. Now, if they're just leaving, right, you're just leaving the entity itself, you don't get that sick time goes to the for 10 years, but if it's a true retirement with years of service, yes, it's a vacation, say. Well, again, whatever else they might have to, let's be honest, I'm not sure, everybody does things a little different, some get comp, some get personal, those things I kind of leave off to the side, because it's every entity does what they want themselves. Each way, right, but the main is vacation.
Yeah, okay, so whether there's two that I know. Susan's there. What's that? Well, but the process.
And that's, yeah.
The process isn't in budgeting, you know, and I strongly believe it's like, we ask these, and maybe you all have asked those questions in the past, but ahead of time on the budgetary process, there should be a survey going on to everyone saying, is there any anticipated retirements happening next year? You know, what are the other potential issues?
So I do that for even like for when I budget, I do that.
Right.
And it is on the spreadsheet that we have provided for everybody to try to.
I saw that. I
Yes.
saw that.
So I did include that starting last year, because I did find that, but again, we can't help, it's human, things happen, they get ill, you know, they have to retire early. You don't always know, it's nice to have it try.
So that,
And do we want run a ride of the employment loss scenario when I ask somebody, are you thinking about retiring
No.
next year?
no.
I'm just fucking-
Okay.
Yeah,
I always gotta get one shot in at Scott at every budget hearing.
I mean, as long as we're not obviously forcing them to retire for any, you know, sort of age, sex, religion, disability, as long as they're not forced to retire, to just ask if you plan to retire, it's not a good problem. Yeah,
I just,
I'm sure it doesn't give people warm and fuzzies now, if they're not planning to
I-
retire, and they're like, hey, are you planning on retiring? Get out, you know?
I tell that every other day.
Every year, every other day, yeah. pretty much.
Yeah,
So,
so he was talking to you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Directed.
You guys just happen to be.
Yeah.
so in conclusion, you'll
I
see, you'll
think-
see an amendment come through, okay? You know, the amendment will come through, it'll sort of roughly give you the numbers I suggested. But there'll be some additional background in there to show, you know, that the Trumbull family juvenile court continues to be below the median of similarly situated counties. So to have that data available.
Question, I guess just to play devil's advocate to understand things a little more. Is there any way, like I'm looking at this, you got 3 dozen employees that make over $90,000 just in your department. More than any other department, even the common police judges, really going with the salaries.
That would be the magistrates most.
Well, there's magistrates, there's There's a ton of them, your magistrate, court administrators, even a paternity something. Whatever that is, administrative assistants making 80,000. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of magistrates, which we understand we need. But there's a whole bunch of positions in here, and some of them, because I've been there a while.
Most of those,
One of them was retiring, Commissioner.
Well,
Yeah, of that, but I agree with your
I
perspective.
mean, we're just so top heavy on salaries, and everything. Can you get some of these people that are making this type of money, and there's a lot of employees that are on here, a lot of staff.
well, most
Can
of
they
them,
be reassigned some of their duties to do some of the stuff you're wanting to do, rather than bring on more money to dump in the pot? Can we get more out of what we have here? I guess is what I'm asking.
well,
We've
the,
done it in our own
well,
office.
well,
We've
the
got
answer is
positions.
when we redid the intake. So the intake, in not everybody here was privy to the meetings that we've had regarding the fair and different things. But, the first step to an assessment center was the realignment for intake. Okay, and so we didn't go and hire new intake people. We just repurposed one diversion and one probation officer.
So you added job duties.
Well, no, we
Oh, okay.
so in what we did was, of those two people, we still needed we didn't replace a diversion officer, but we replaced a probation officer. So we took two people, repurposed them and only replaced
Into
one.
one.
Yeah. And so, so the answer is we could do that. And a lot of those numbers are, and if you look at our numbers, because we are two groups, and just because I do weird things, I went into our dashboards and I looked at our caseloads. And between our two dockets, which juvenile court and domestic relations court, we did 1,000 more cases than 4 judges did at the general division in 2024. So we have a much heavier caseload. Now, like I said, that being said, most of those people that are in your $89,000 range are longtime county. They're just popped out on the grid. And that is what it is. That's where you go.
But, but you're right, Commissioner. I mean, certainly, I know just in my own experience managing, there are some people that appear like they don't have a lot to.
I just see a lot of administrators on here, on top of administrators,
Some
juvenile court
people
administrators,
appear
like 2 juvenile court administrators. And you got, on top of that, you have a juvenile clerk supervisor, and you have, on top of that, a facilitator.
Well, there are a couple positions, and I would agree with these guys. When they retire, they would not be replaced. The juvenile court administrators, those people were actually already in place. They got repurposed. Bobby and Stacy. Bobby Rowland, Stacy says Stacy was the only juvenile court administrator. And what I did was and Bobby was head of probation. So what I did was I split, because we're so grant heavy and grant compliance heavy. So Stacy moved over to be more of the budget, grants, and then Bobby not only kept head of probation, but then he does like a program side of the house. Like we did the realignment intake, so he's the one that's in charge of programming. And when we do an assessment, we don't do an assessment and say, hey, this is what's wrong with you, and walk out. We coordinate, we have people embedded with Thrive counseling, aides that work in our building that are not on our books. They work for their counseling or their medical or mental health provider, and they do that. So because of we're heavy on program, we get assessments, then we make referrals out. So we have to be constantly upgrading programming. We added a domestic violence program last year, different things, so that's why you see two administrators. But he's still doing head of probation and additional duties, so.
And I guess I'm just thinking down the road a little bit too, because I saw it. For the health of the county, as we get in at uncertain times again in the future, you know, this past year, we learned a lot of lessons on the size of government, how draining it was on salaries, especially. You know, we didn't want to lay anyone off in another department because we're top heavy in certain areas. And we realized too with the grants that you brought up, that's something to be cautious of too, is we saw it with the prosecutors. They had people there on grants, and all of a sudden the grants dry up and the prosecutors come to us and say, well, now you gotta pay these guys because we don't have the grant anymore, so we need an extra couple $100,000 to keep them on.
Well, I
You know,
can,
and we don't want to get in a situation where we keep adding.
well, I
and
can,
adding and adding.
I can assure you, Ohio Reclaim. We get funded primarily in juvenile court, the biggest lump of ours is Ohio Reclaim, whether it be targeted or untargeted. Okay, if that program goes away, as they pay us, and that's why we have so many people down in the version. Those people work with juveniles to, you know, supervise their programming and make sure they're going through the counseling. If that program goes away, you can be sure we'll have to repurpose those people. And then your juvenile detention center will blow up again. Because 20 years ago, our place was running at 68 to 80 juveniles any given day of the year. And they were sleeping in boats, but because of the restructuring of juvenile justice through different projects and referendums, we run anywhere between 12 and 20 on a high day, 24. And that keeps the cost down there. We subsidize with grants, and the whole theory is we have kids that have, you know, they're suffering from trauma, mental health, behavioral health issues that are either caused by trauma, prenatal drug use, or just their environment that need programming. So that actually is what his theory is what keeps violence down and keeps them from recidivating and coming back into the system. And if we can keep a kid out of the system, and to Judge Engler's point on the assessment center, this assessment center, ideally up and running, would accept, and even our intake is kind of going to go that direction as well. Kids that aren't necessarily in the system, but potentially at risk, can be assessed. You know, if a teacher, a teacher, school resource officer, a member of the clergy recognizes a problem or the potential start of a problem. Hey, you know, let's take the family, let's go get some assessments, let's get them in directions. And that coupled, our grants allow us to do that. And then coupled with Ohio Rise, which was the expansion of Medicaid, mental health, behavioral health for juveniles up to the age of 26, I believe, in Ohio. Then now counseling and treatment is available for these kids. So that's the whole, that's the whole pie that we deal with. And that's why sometimes at meetings I introduce myself as classmate social worker in Trumbull County. Next to him. But so that's
Sam.
he doesn't have, thank God, he has nothing to do with the juvenile. He's on the DR side of that.
It's all important. I'm not discrediting the program. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but
This is an area that seems to
yeah.
be like, whoa, when we look at the budget, we're like, wow, we're struggling. We cut 3 million on the commissioners last year.
Commissioner, if I could say this,
Sure.
in addressing your spot, and I have to modify my previous statement about 41 judicial budgets. I have 30 years of little government budgeting experience where I was the first budgeting, 30 total years, making presentations to Sanders, Flores, and Moody's about the county's debt rating, the education service center debt rating. And there is nothing wrong. In fact, it should happen that there is measurements we should give you, county commissioner, to say, this is how much we're spending per per juvenile case. This is how much we're spending per divorce file. These are our numbers compared to others, because if there's inefficiencies, so I always like to say, you can never manage what you don't measure. You know, the first step is to put the measurements in, and the measurements are there. They're there because they're in Lake County, they're in Portage County, Mahoning County, Clark County, Springfield, you know, where you can take a look at what they're doing, measure what we're doing. And I know I would have no problem with if someone's job isn't necessary. And I told this to Judge Sand. When I was county commissioner, we had over 300 people in jobs and family services. We took it down to 110 people from over 300. And the way we did it is we brown paper the entire room. We started to measure what everyone did. And the same thing I'm sure that you folks, I'm overworked, says one person. That's because the person next to him is completely not doing their job. And if you don't know if they're not doing their job, this person is overworked. We reduced it from 300 to 100, never missed a beat, but saved all that money. We could do the same thing in the family court, the juvenile court, but first we have to do the measuring. We have to take a look at it. It's, anecdotal evidence, anecdotal stories about what we do. And the Supreme Court tells us what we do. But I think we can get back to a more fuller document that shows how much, Judge Sam and the staff has brought in non-county dollars. So you can see the return is also significant. I don't know what it is, but somebody does, someone knows what the return is. If we're at 9 million and there's another 9 million coming in from other sources, I don't know. But we need to tell them what that number is. That's mandatory because our numbers have to be absolutely tight in terms of what we're going to do, and including the retirements and the assessment center. The Supreme Court says you have to do this work. And we have to follow what the Supreme Court tells us to do. But if someone needs dough, what's that? But anyway, so yeah, I agree with your perspective, and I promise you we'll get you back numbers.
All right.
And performance.
Okay.
Thank you.
I like it.
I'll say it before.
I do, I like that.
No, he does. It says we
It's a unique color. All right, I have to go. All right, Jay.
Good luck.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you guys.
But anyway, if
I'll be talking to Scott.
Yeah, you will. All right.
Thank you.
the
Thank you.
my point is, so the Supreme Court changed rules. I can be administrative judge next year. So, and it's a collaborative process anyway, but there has to be better budgeting. There has to be performance-based budgeting, not incremental budgeting. It drove me nuts as a commissioner, when there was incremental budgeting. I got this much last year, put 4% on it, I think it's next year, right? I don't give a hoot what this person does or doesn't do. We just want to go. And also tell me you haven't seen this. It's like, we create this perverse incentive in governmental budgeting where we discourage people from having a surplus, right? We discourage them from having surplus. When people get towards the end of it, make sure you spend all your money because next year we won't get the same amount. That happens in governmental budgeting. Instead, we should be encouraging people to be good stewards of the money and save money because they can either offset costs or they can do something different in certain capacity. One other thing I want to mention that we're going to institute, at least for my court, we're doing satisfaction surveys to all of the people that come into our court. They're going to get an email from us with a survey about how was your experience in family court. And not that they're not like, did you like your decision? Did more than 50% are not going to like it, so we know that. But how was the timeliness? How was the staff? How were you treated? All of those things. So we'll be about maybe the third county in Ohio to start that process. We're actually asking feedback about how we're doing as public servants. Thank you.
Very good.
It's very good.
Thank you, Judge.
Nice to meet you.
I thought you meant the lady.
I did. So,
So bottom line is, where is it compared to last year?
what's
We
it?
don't have that number.
What is actually spent at this moment, I'm gonna have a spreadsheet for you. I can go in and look.
I mean, do you know, where's the final, what the ask is here?
Oh, like totality
Yeah,
of
I'm
it
looking at-
all,
I'm seeing a lot of figures on it, but I'm not seeing,
it doesn't
here's
look
our
like it's,
request.
it doesn't look like it's all added together, so I will take care of that.
It's per division, so.
Yeah. We'll roll it up.
What was the revenue actual after Q3 county versus what was projected?
It depends, there's so many buckets, so what
General
the,
fund.
well, that's the thing, because there's dedicated sources that we can't use.
Well, it looks like,
Yeah.
for the question he's asking, when we looked at what the sales tax figures
Yes.
came in compared
About-
to what was estimated,
So,
about $4 million more than what we thought.
he said just
Yeah, we
Q3 though, but
If you look for the year,
You're.
we had that 66 million number or whatever, and there's 70 million. It looks like it's gonna be
We should
4
be
to
about
6 million more than what we guesstimated we were gonna make. So that helped fill the holes with the people that were running short. That extra money kind of put us right on budget with where we needed to be.
and that was just so in
We were
sales
taking the
tax.
auditor's numbers and the auditor came in, I think, a little bit.
What
Well,
will,
about 4 to 6 million
Very
dollars.
short.
what will
Well, I-
also,
Light, but conservative.
I always said this, and Alice says, I really, I care about the county, I care about the job that we have to do. But I said this at the very beginning when you were having budgetary fights at the beginning of the year. It's like, how can you operate, without a clear CFO, if you're responsible for your numbers, you're relying on a completely different person. The auditor's office, who may or may not have the qualifications to actually give you financial forecasts so that you can budget your money accordingly. Again, going back to my days back in the early 90s, I hired a budget expert, certified in government and budgeting authority to be our CFO, so we knew what the numbers were. We didn't have to ask about
I know
what the number was.
in most counties, even smaller counties, they have a budget director. They have an administrator
Most counties have that, a budget
And-
director, administrator, and
and-
yeah.
and they
That's
work.
probably-
Yeah, Sharon's learning pretty quick. Sharon's got the experience there, it's just not the
They,
title per se.
we're taking it upon ourselves to do this, but it's a tough job.
it's going to be interesting too at the end of the year because whatever a department did not use is going back into the pot. So I'm curious to see what people did not spend.
Oh, that's
Like what you had asked, and you're right, people do try to spend
Can't
it
really,
up.
can't really do zero-based budgeting, a government can't function that way. So you get X amount of dollars, and I do really believe that every department was very frugal this year, did not spend anything that they didn't need to. I think every department has done their due diligence this year.
Well, it's a combination of zero-based and performance-based budget. You use performance-based budgeting, it's where you take a look at what other people are doing in the tax map department, road department, and similarly situated county, or you pick one that's not even in the state of Ohio, to say, this is the gold standard for performance in the
Sure.
county. And then base your numbers off that. We don't do that in government. We certainly don't do it around here, where we actually, are heavy into numbers. I think you're trending in that direction, which is great. But there's a ways to go. I can see it from the organization. I'm in charge
It's
of.
hard when you have other elected officials that their viewpoint and our viewpoint are a little different of what functioning in their departments are.
I say, other than I was a movie theater usher in 1976. That was my first favorite job of all time when I was an usher. Okay. But now I think it's been eclipsed by being family court judge. I love serving these people. Worst job, county commissioner. People think you have all the ability and authority to make things happen, but you don't. So you have a completely thankless job to do, and I appreciate you and the team here that you have to do that job, because everyone thinks you could just boom, boom, snap your fingers and make it all happen, okay? And you have a law director that doesn't work for you, you have the chief financial officer that doesn't work for you, that may not have a budgetary background or be a CPA. And
It's not easy, even just now, I question just about employees, and I'm sure there's emails flying around the county right now. One wants to cut these positions, one needs to get rid of this, but to do your job, you have to discuss this stuff, we gotta look at the big picture.
Sure, right.
We can't just sit here and be like, well, I really don't want to upset the JFS people, I really don't want to upset this person might take it wrong. You gotta be able to do the job, and that's,
I never,
that's,
I never once
what's
got,
wiped on
I
us.
never once got supported by my public employee. Never once. Never once lost.
we want to have a good relationship with
Never-
everybody,
never-
we're all part of the team.
It's not,
Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, represent you. So,
right.
all
I
right.
hope they.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thankless job.
Thank you so
All
much
right,
very much.
thank you.
Thanks,
Judge.
Carol.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
I
Thank you,
can't wait to
ladies.
come over and see that, everyone.
Yeah.
Come over. Oh,
The
yeah.
assessment center, I'm telling you, it's such a needed thing. When I say a federal judge said, Trumbull County, I can't believe you haven't been doing this. Assessing kids. You know, and they just didn't do it. And we have to have something so kids can get their right now. All right, see you.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioners,
real quick, I got
Nice.
an email from Kristen Holmes that Barry Brown, Mike Newcastle cannot make their appointment. And she would be happy to come, although she's saying, she's never attended anything like this before, and is worried about representing fairgrounds. But she'll come.
Anybody else?
I don't really know at this point if we can move people around.
I would just let her come, that we have
I
a
mean, I
letter.
think she could come and touch base.
100%.
That, or we
You know.
can, I'm sure we could squeeze them in tomorrow, just tell them to come whenever they can tomorrow, when one gets done, fair board's gonna be like 2 minutes.
Yes,
Tell Barry to come tomorrow with the
But then
fairs.
if you do some waiting, that's the.
That's all right, if they gotta wait, that's, hey, we're waiting today because of this, they
Okay,
knew about this, they're not
there's
here,
gonna be a little bit of a gap because they're at 2 o'clock today,
understand.
so. Right, I'll look at Ohio.
You know what, matter of fact, why don't we,
I can even.
take a break, call downstairs and see if we can move the prosecutor back to 2 o'clock and then just extend our lunch hour, half hour. Instead of hurry back, do lunch, and then we get another break in the middle, see if we can bump the prosecutor back a half hour.
Okay,
All right, you want prosecutor where?
got you.
Is,
Morning. Morning.
Good to see you. Very nice.
morning. Morning, how are you? Well, thank you. Good morning.
Anywhere you wanna sit here?
Is this recording?
Yep, and we are being recorded again, so when you do speak, each time you speak, you announce who you are. And we'll give Lisa a chance to come back. How's everything in general?
Okay.
Everything's okay over there, all good on the home front?
Yeah, a few issues with the heating and AC, but I think we put it to work ours. Things better. Yeah, the heating. Yeah,
The garden's all put up for the year.
oh, yes.
Working out. There's.
Yes.
I saw
The
them out
master
there.
gardeners are out there every Tuesday.
Yeah.
They're a little tacky, you have to cut down the big corkscrew willow. They had black knot, so we have to cut it down. So that'll be coming down this month.
How's the pond? How's the health of the pond?
I honestly haven't not been over there. For probably a couple of months, so it's a thing I go over. Knowing soil and water, I'm sure. Oh, cool. Budget here.
Good, wait for Lisa.
We're at least. Any true Richard? Okay. It's a nice month. Yeah.
Oh, orange, come on.
I was talking about the.
The deer are moving. It's that time of year.
Oh, dear it is.
Lots of
A lot
lots.
more this year. I think.
I was here when I
Oh,
drive.
yeah.
Pittsburgh. I was like, oh, drive to,
Yeah.
from, I was like.
The highways aren't so much to worry about. It's when you get like out of nowhere in the middle of a city somewhere, you come in the suburbs like Portland. Yeah, Cortland's been pounding this year. Yeah.
Drive by.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, see, like, right, one's like, you see one come out and then another. right?
Yeah, one comes out.
Yeah, they're on- they're all-
Cortland's got an issue. So there was one hit election night right on Route 5, a deputy hit, one of our deputies hit it. I don't know, but two other cars hit it after the deputy. Well, the deputy hit it, then pulled over. When he pulled over, the other cars came in, he was still late.
So it was on 5?
Just on it, just heading out of town on 5, almost to the Johnson
Oh, that's
House
every-
line,
That's like.
where it goes from 40 to 55 right there.
There were so many
Oh, yeah.
laying on the side of the road, I was like, oh.
I was in Zanesville this weekend and driving home, it's like, there's another.
They were everywhere.
And you can tell they're fresh because they still have the antlers on them, they cut them off yet, so.
Oh, okay.
You could cut them off.
Oh, they don't last more than an hour. No, it's not legal, but they don't last more than an hour. Someone's gotta, this time of year, Bubba's got a saw in the back of the truck all the time looking. for
Ready to
it.
go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ready when you are, Lisa.
Oh. Did you recess them or?
We never did before. We just kept going.
I think it's gonna be fine.
Okay,
The 2 o'clock, they're gonna let me know for
very
sure.
good.
Okay, we're back in business. Whoever.
Good morning, I'm Maria Economist, I'm the Family Consumer Science Extension Educator.
I'm Lee Beers on the Ag and Natural Resources Extension Agency here in Trumbull County. We're a little bit later crewed this year. And I thank you again for accommodating our schedule. This time of year, we're teaching and out in the community quite a bit. Ashley Meredith, our 4-H educator, is an in-service learning about quality assurance to bring some information back to the county for our 4-H youth. And Noelle was recently married and she's on her honeymoon, so she's in the Dominican Republic enjoying some nice weather. And we've had a couple of changes in our office. So at the end of September, Ray Wakefield Miller, our office associate, had moved on to a different opportunity at Farm Credit. So we've been down some staff. So when we talk about our budget for our county support staff, those are our best estimates. We don't have the way our accounting works. We do not have the exact number for October yet. We're in the process of hiring that position. We've also had some other changes. I'm sure you're aware of the SNAP Ed benefits and the SNAP Ed cuts that have come into effect. That has hit OSU Extension. You remember we had 2 SNAP Ed program assistants in Trumbull County. Those positions will be eliminated in November. Laura Coulter, she took a position back in September before the end of the funding was going to run out. Garvin McCorkle is currently there. He will be out of the job. Those funds come from the SNAP Ed grant. It is entirely federally funded. So we've had quite a bit of turbulence in our office and staffing the last couple of months, but we're doing our best to keep the office open as much as possible. Because our frontline customer services.
So with those changes, is there gonna be any budget savings this year? You can have anything left over that we can pull next year?
That's where we're not entirely sure because we're in the hiring process. We're not sure where OSU is going to come back with a salary offer for our candidate. It may be higher, it may be lower. We're just not certain. So that's where that budget expectation of 48,266 for that. That's kind of what we're budgeting for the middle of the road, not the highest salary, not the lowest salary, starting wage. But I don't anticipate a lot of savings because we were razor edge on our margins. We don't really have much carryover. I think we're projected to have a negative balance in March. So we're being very efficient with the money that we have. So it's helping a little bit, but a month of salary is not carrying over too far. That makes any sense.
One of our areas, travel. All of us take our travel, majority of the special professional developments out of our own program dollars. So what you see there, it's it should be out.
So we use the county appropriation as our base. So we are not in Trumbull County without the support, the continued support of the county commissioners. Thank you again for the continued support. And you'll notice that our budget request is a little bit higher. We asked for that funding last year. With projected expenses and an increase in our cost share. I explained this last year, and it's still confusing. I'll do my best to explain it again. So the educator positions are funded by 3 different sources. The majority of the funding is from the county commissioners. That's the 42,750 for each educator. Salary benefits above that come from a mix of state expenses. We do not get any tuition benefits, no ticket sales, none of the, we think of OSU as paying billions of dollars to the football coaches. We do not have access to any of that money. We are strictly funded by the county commissioners, state line item budgets, and Hatch Smith League funds from. So anything above that cost share comes from those state funders. Back in 2023, we had a $10,000 discount for the first educator. So the first educator was a discounted rate, and then every educator after that was $10,000 more to the county. They are working to make that a little bit more standard. So they have raised the cost share for the first educator by $5,000 last year. They're raising it again by $5,000 this year. So you'll see that the cost share is the same for every educator across the board going into. So over the last 2 years, we've had a $10,000 increase simply on that alone. Travel, we follow the IRS guidelines because we're funded. So those dollars have gone up every mile that we travel for prop scouting, for teaching, are reimbursed at the IRS, which keeps going. So we are getting crunched, not to mention every time we have a pay raise or merit increase. We're budgeting for about a 3% merit increase every year for our salary staff, which is going to be the offices. So that's a little bit of that budget squeeze there. And our projected costs for IT go up every year. We're doing our best to be efficient and economical with that, but those are set by OSU. We don't really have any independence to set those at the county level. Kind of have to follow our OSU guidelines for when computers are replaced, printer, leasing options. So we're trying to be as efficient and as lean as possible. But with all of that, the increases in cost share, travel, and just the general cost of items that we have to purchase from programs, we're projecting that our expenses for 2026 will be $254,666, so which is about $24,000 than was appropriated into.
So they're changing 666 to 667.
I saw that, but numbers are the numbers. I didn't want to.
I don't like that last number.
Yeah, if you want to round it up, that's fine.
Yeah.
But that is our budget request. And again, we are doing the best and the most with every dollar that we provide to our office. It goes out into the community. Speaking from A&R, Ag and Natural Resources, we provide soil testing services and interpretation. We do farm visits. There's a lot of things that go on. We do weekly crop scouting where I drive approximately 80, 90 miles in the county every single week to check traps and talk to farmers and see how things are going. Not to mention all the work that Marie does for FCS, and community health, Noel with Master Gardeners, and the 4-H program is just tremendous. The increased enrollment there in particular, it's just been phenomenal. So
Do you guys have state vehicles?
no, we do
Use your own vehicles?
yes.
Would it be cheaper in the long run to not use your own vehicles?
In the long run, yes, but considering that like today, Marie is going to be somewhere and I have to teach pesticide applicator training, we would need fleet vehicles because we're usually not all going the same.
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
on top of that,
Yes.
I always wanted to see if things cheaper if we had a vehicle. But OSU will not allow us to purchase one. So that's the other. They reserve those vehicles. Higher level employees than. Are there any questions I can answer for you about the motion?
Much going on.
Clean and simple.
Yeah.
And I fully appreciate and understand the financial realities that Trumbull County is facing. We do not make this request lightly. We do our best to make every dollar stretch as far as we can. And when the county cannot do that, we go after grants. We do everything we can to bring in additional funding to support the program.
Appreciate what you do. I have a question. Okay. Good to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great holiday. We don't. I'll be to you before that. And it's a standing offer. If you ever want to go on a crop tour.
I've been trying.
Before,
I've been trying.
our schedules, but
Yeah, if you want to get in the comments,
Yeah.
we've got another week left.
But we also love to come here and do some health and wellness programs for lunch and learns, like.
Nice.
You want to talk-
Yes, that sounds good.
Because I'm off right now because we're doing a diabetes
you can
class.
tell us how.
How is the overall yield this year in the county?
We love that.
About healthy, healthy.
Yes.
Right.
You know,
I like it.
So,
I
I remember I used to do that at lunchtime here, so
Yeah.
I can contact you and then you can tell me how you're gonna do that, because I know you have.
Corn yields.
So.
Yeah, yeah.
On average, what do you eat?
That's
Which
my
is
job,
plus-
I do it from youngest
this year.
to senior, so right now my
Prices.
diabetes.
So they're getting squeezed.
Right now, I'm gonna go, actually, this one's virtual, and
Soybean prices.
Right, March yes.
I like that.
Yes, so today's program, it's started right now is 11, but we have had different times of the day. It's 4 sessions, so it's the same one we used to do face to face. We still do it sometimes face to face, but
So.
yeah.
I was gonna say, you probably get a lot.
Yeah.
You've got some great work.
So I'll be definitely in touch with you on this. And we could do it lunchtime sometime after the first. thing.
That, yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Nice seeing you.
Yeah, you too.
Appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Stacy.
Yes.
Morning.
You're ahead of schedule.
Yeah. well,
I was coming in hot this morning. It was a rough morning. Oh. Well, yeah, ours is easy. It's the same as last year. Due to obviously our staffing on this week low. We're gonna try to keep the request the same. All of our costs are pretty much the same from last year. We have added some new software that I'm gonna be presenting to you guys, hopefully. I think the 18th, we're going through legal right now. I know we've talked before about some AI call handling features to help offload some of the non-emergency calls to our center. We found out through Rapid SOS, which is one of our vendors that we currently use now. We have their free version now. They have individual modules, and they have an AI call handling feature for non-emergencies. Basically what happens is there's a 10-digit phone number that's given to our department. We can route our calls to that, and AI Harmony will go through, process those calls. And if it picks up on something, say weapons or robbery or something like that, it'll kick it right over to 911, so a dispatcher will answer. But if it's a non-emergency thing, like a utilities complaint or a parking complaint or something like that, it'll tell you who to call, but we have to build kind of the brain. So
Yeah.
the reason why we're kind of pushing to go for that this year instead of waiting until next year, I thought it was gonna be a lot more expensive. We're looking at about $1,800 per license, so per seat. And we're only gonna do like 7 seats, because it's rare that we would have more than 7 dispatchers on duty at one time. And they realized that they undervalued their product, and after the new year, it's gonna go up 3 to 4 times how much they currently are. So if we go for it this year, we can get locked in for 5 years at $1,800 a seat.
Nice, that's.
So it'll save us money. And realistically, if some of the centers where they're seeing that work, they've offloaded anywhere from 40 to 60% of the calls that hit the dispatch center. So
That's good
that's something
because-
that's exciting.
Non-emergency, we talked about before, they've taken up a lot of your.
A lot of time, a lot of resources, exactly, and a lot of things we really should be handling. The nice thing too is all those agencies that roll their phones to us that really shouldn't be, but because they have for so many years,
Right.
we can help start offloading those calls. So we're excited about that. But that's one of the reasons we have the costs kind of staying the same, because where we've kind of decreased some things, we're also adding some things, but where we're adding it, there's more value because we're actually taking some of that work off the dispatcher and will hopefully help that, our lower staff numbers that could offload a lot of those calls with them. We are going through negotiations with Alex and, everything right now. We have built in kind of an anticipated what we think will be their raise that we could cover and absorb in our current, budget request. So realistically, nothing has changed for us as far as our request. It's the same as last year, and the same as the year before that. We were able to stay within those means that you guys gave us and actually make some changes and purchases to help us for, potentially moving into a new center. We're buying equipment, technology and things that will make that hopefully cheaper once that would be, happening.
What's going on with supervisors? We gave you permission to go hire 2 supervisors to get to 3. We only have 1. Are we budgeting just 1 again for next year? Are we still?
We
looking for
haven't included the budget for the 3 like we did before. The problem that we found, and you guys know that we hired several, I think we hired 3, that it hasn't worked out. I don't know if that's, lack of a better term, the nature of the environment. Because you get somebody from outside, unless you get somebody that comes in and is a real whiz and knows their stuff, that's gonna walk in the door and be instantly accepted by the current staff, which you don't see that happening. We had one that we thought was gonna be perfect. She's from another agency, not too far from here. Unfortunately, at her current location, she's eligible for overtime. Here, she would not be. So the pay cut was too much for her to take the jump, take it. We're talking with Alex about some other ideas of maybe restructuring the idea of supervisor, how we do it. We're still in talks with Alex about that. We could probably talk.
Supervisors exempt of overtime.
Yeah, they're considered a non-union employee. They can get comp
They get
time,
comp-
they can get comp
right.
time.
And
But
that
they
is a
can't.
county policy, so that
That's
makes
what
it
overtime.
extremely difficult.
So like for her, we were able to get her pay up to where it would be, it would compensate, but the overtime is where she would lose. She would be driving an hour a day. So unfortunately, I think she would have been probably the best shot we had at the applicants we've had. And it's one of those things, Denny, to answer your question. It's the applicants, we're not getting people who are qualified per se as a supervisor. They might be a supervisor at a small police department, but that doesn't translate to what we do with 43 agencies and the amount of calls and the nature of the business that we're in. Do I think it maybe potentially we get to a new center? Is it, that's always more appealing. Hey, new center, new start, fresh start, clean slate, kind of a new beginning for Trumbull County. Could we maybe appeal to some lateral transfers at that time, potentially? I mean, the hope's still there. We obviously want to get there. But currently what we're looking at with our supervisors is possibly restructuring and doing like Alex, what did we kind of say, like a lead shift OIC who's responsible for the supervisory things of like clearing warrants and stuff like that, but maybe not the actual supervisor, which we would love to fully get to as far as managerial, that aspect.
So basically, your budget is same as you had last.
Same last 2 years.
But this long term, we're going on a limb here. This whole structure needs fixed somehow. And in long term, what I'm looking at, this is the same as Board of Elections. When you got the top 2 people making $40,000 more than the staff, that's out of skew. I mean, when they're out there working 65 hours, vacation days denied.
Vacations aren't being denied, number
Yeah,
one.
commissioners,
We can clearly.
we've learned a
speak to
lot
that.
through, so I've been working very hard with,
So people requesting days now are getting them if they request days between now and
They-
Christmas.
getting them. People are not getting
I've done a
denied.
deep dive myself, so.
Okay. And how many people we still have working over 60 hours a week?
And
Handful.
I think 3 or 4 is the,
And
and it's the same,
We still have forces?
not nearly as many. They're volunteer signups.
they're voluntary.
And we're looking at a new way of doing the forces as well, so we can have an accurate depiction of how many there are.
I'm saying as we budget in the future with this, we've got to bring this in line
So
somewhere.
we know.
We don't have the 2 echelons.
I
with
don't
big
wanna
gap in
get
the
too
middle.
far into what we're negotiating, stable, so that's why I'm being hesitant.
Right, but if we're budgeting for the future and we're figuring our budget out,
Well,
we need to discuss that somewhat.
So you'll see that,
Probably not the place to do it. Yeah.
when you're looking at the 2026 wage, that is with a potential equity adjustment, and then there will be, percentages thereafter. Now, what you don't see, and I wanna stress this again, and I've said this kind of a lot. There definitely needs to be equity. I think we all agree with that. We know that the dispatchers are, I will not use the word underpaid, but we need to reevaluate. But what I am doing is a deep dive with Stacy and Patty and quantifying what is actually happening, right? Are the vacations getting done? How much are we actually spending? So that is something that we've been working on every Monday for the past,
Mondays.
yeah, behind the scenes, to really right size this, because I think a lot of times we're not looking at it holistically. We're looking at little chunks, but I take a full strategic approach. What you only see is the wage here. That doesn't include almost $1 in EMD. Well,
It is $1.
it's a figure, so so that's not shown in their wage. Shift differential, which we are currently looking at potentially.
Currently, it's at
increase,
45
But it's
cents.
at 45 cents right now. What am I missing?
Additional-
TAC pay.
10 to 15% on top.
Correct. So you're seeing a wage, that is a base wage. What I want to tell you is, when I have done the math myself, what they're realistically making, and we're telling you, is anywhere between 27 and potentially $29. You just don't see that on this paper.
Yeah, because it's just the base wage that we're dealing with.
Correct. And then commissioners, one thing I definitely want to stress too is, what you also don't see is what their overtime is. So I will be 100% transparent with you. There are dispatchers that made more than an administrator in the past. With the overtime.
Thank you.
Imagine.
It's just a disparity thing, like I'm looking, just for an example. Here's family court. Every single person on this page makes more than dispatcher, every one of them.
And that's what we're trying to,
Bailiff, chief bailiff, paternity expert makes $20,000 or $10,000 more. I mean, assignment clerks, and they're all making more than dispatchers, and they get weekends off, no forced hours, they're not dealing with the stress and anxiety. Something is seriously wrong when you got employees that worked there for 28 years are making $53,000 a year. 28 years. Could you imagine working 28 years somewhere and you're making $25 an hour now?
What
And
you're
that's-
speaking to is the national problem.
I get it.
And
but
why
it's a
we're
national problem.
fighting for reclassification and yeah.
that's why we're
Well, I'm
fighting
just
so
gonna
hard.
ask,
That should be, yeah, 100%.
I mean, that's horrific. When you look at that, it's horrific.
What's the standard?
the standard, I mean,
No,
If you go,
within
It's like-
reason, standard.
if you look at the area that we're in, yes, we're in the norm.
Right.
Like Alex, not to speak too much about it because we are in negotiations right now, obviously. The area that we're in,
We're the lowest.
we're definitely lowest.
So the
But we're,
Youngstown
but we're
area is
close,
the
we're
lowest.
close. If you get down to the Columbus area, places that have
Yeah.
more financial resources, more money coming in, more tax dollars coming in, property tax levies, 911 levies, things like that, sales taxes are way higher than what we are collecting here. Those places, you're looking at dispatchers that are making anywhere from 27 to start to 35, 36 bucks an hour.
So, for example, commissioners, I mean, and I have all the research, this was gonna come up, so.
How do you have someone that's worked there 10 years, making the same amount of money as someone that's worked there 28 years?
Because they get to top scale, that's it.
That's their wage structure that they agreed to during contract negotiations. Again,
And
for
when,
me,
and when you have steps,
commissioners, these are things that you.
Well, I get it's
I mean, they
enforced.
did, I don't know what to tell you, but we are looking at we are looking at a restructure for in this current.
Right, and
contract
we can discuss those
Yeah.
things, I mean, I don't know that we.
I can't fix
Discuss
25 years of what it has.
yeah, you can't do an equity adjustment for 25 years.
There
You start
does
bringing
need
it
to
up
be some
in
trust that we
contract.
are looking to somehow, some way get to where we need to be without also robbing the bank.
And-
I mean,
and-
that's,
And what we're
That's
trying
where
to
we're
do
at.
on an admin side, number one, we've been doing interviews, I mean, till we're blue in the face. It's insane. I wish you guys could see that side of it, because we'll interview somebody and I'm like, I was super excited about this guy we interviewed the other day. I'm like, family is in law enforcement, so they know what the life is like. They know the hours, they know the stress, they know all those things. Young kid, had an interest, great interview, emails us a week later. Yeah, I decided I'm not interested.
Is the supervisor position posted now anywhere?
we've had 3. I mean, it's not posted.
Is there a reason why?
I mean, why isn't it posted all the time? We could have someone come available tomorrow somewhere. We're not looking for them.
You can keep it actively going, but I can just tell you from the 3 rounds that we did, the candidate pool was slim.
So let's just give them up. There's no supervisors.
There's no giving up, Denny, but it's,
We need
I'm
it.
not,
It should be posted.
to be honest, we need dispatchers more than we need supervisors at this, right now at this moment with us at 17. I'm not saying we don't need supervisors, we 100% do. But when it's an environment where you're coming in, it's a hostile environment for somebody coming in from the outside as a supervisor. Because how are you gonna come in that you've never worked here and I've been here 26 years and you're gonna come in and tell me how to do my job?
We just did it in maintenance. We're doing it in other departments, doing the dog ward, and that's what we do.
It's what I'm saying in 911 and dispatch, you don't get that viability. I'm not saying that maintenance is less important, it obviously is, but you have to have that buy-in from the staff that you know what you're doing, sitting in the seat. And
So-
we're different than this agency, we're different. I mean, it's not right, but that's what happens. You're seeing it everywhere. I'm on boards with 911 directors from all over the place. They're having the same problem. Lack of staff, lack of supervision, lack of applicants, lack of funds. It's, and I hate to say it, I
Yeah, but
mean,
we're having a lack of progress over the last years. We're going backwards still. We're not adding the supervisors. We're not adding staff.
well,
I started 2 years ago.
well, we add.
We had more than 17 full-time dispatchers.
Every time we add 1 or 2, we lose 1 or 2.
the only thing I can say is I do disagree with that statement slightly. We have added supervisors. And I don't enjoy saying this. They ran. Okay, so if we didn't actually hire 3 supervisors over the past 2 years, I would agree with you. We did our due diligence. We've posted it multiple times. We've hired. Literally all 3 of them, it was not pleasant, their exit interviews. That's all I'm going to say. So if we don't address the bottom first, and I know leadership starts from the top down, but right now, we gotta get everybody to a place where they are working, feel valued, paid comparably, and then we can really, I think, set the upper standard. I mean, we can keep posting.
It's not for a lack of effort, because we've tried, we've had multiple talks with Alex about the hiring, about the staff, about all those things. I can tell you, we have 1 coming next week for a hire recommendation. We have 2 that are in background currently, so we're hoping to hire 2 or 3.
Actually, I think
in
we've
the next
hired
few weeks.
multiple leaders in the past 2 years. Unfortunately, yeah. That's the truth.
And that's,
Where are we at on pay with supervisors? Why don't we post the supervisors' pay? Or we can go steal employees from other departments like they steal our dispatchers. Let's go steal some of their best
Well, like-
dispatchers and make them supervisors.
like I just told you with the
only
one
other
example that we had.
dispatching- I wanna make sure, I think you need to speak in facts of what the other dispatching centers there are. We have all of them, except for 2. Lordstown, which only has 2 full-time employees. There's nowhere to steal from. We are.
Washington, there's a million departments out there, Hudson, Stowe, Aurora, Solon.
They're all paid higher than
They
they are.
That's what I'm saying. Let's pay our supervisors. Let's budget in here. to Pay our supervisors, which isn't in union talks.
It was a very high salary that, but then you're also saying that the administration makes way more than the under, so I work.
So we put a guy in the middle at 75 instead of 95 or 100.
Kind of like what I was gonna say too, just what Alex.
I mean,
said. You
yeah.
hire another supervisor, you're back up.
It's not helping us with the work of the work. That is what.
But what I
I'm
gotta
just saying
say,
there's $40,000 to put within the middle.
It
Supervisor.
was, it was.
when you look at it, I gotta think, and with the move, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a
I'm
lot
hoping
better
that
to
one
retain these supervisor employees, but when I'm looking at 94, 94, 96, all the, they must be kind of happy to be there that long. 30 years,
I think one of the.
so maybe it's the overtime,
I
or
think-
maybe they're able to.
Yeah, but Rick, you're not seeing
know?
you're not seeing the 45 or 50 that have left over the last 15 years.
Well, I'm
20
not
years.
seeing that, yeah, I haven't.
You're not seeing that. You're seeing the ones that, the last of the ones hanging on,
Well, I
not
can-
the ones that are
I know
retired.
just in the 2 years that I've been here, we've lost 4 to medical. We've lost 1 that was absorbed by another local agency that does less work, just more for more pay, just recently. He went to Lordstown for making, I think, about $1 more
I
than.
think it was like 59 cents.
Yeah, 59 cents more, but you're talking a 2-seater dispatch center that handles way less than
Onboard,
what we do.
yeah.
So you're basically getting paid the same as what we do, just sit there and twiddle your thumbs all day long.
Yeah.
those are things that we can't combat. Obviously, like you said, environment, I do think having a news center would be a big appeal because people are gonna say, hey, Trumbull County's putting their money where their mouth is, they're trying to make dispatch, nicer.
It's like
Have,
anything,
exactly.
anything that's new broom sweeps clean.
Well, and
Right.
and the thing is, you ask why the people that are staying. You get to a point where in your career where you're stuck. I'm stuck. I'm 28 years in. I'm 6 years from retirement. Do you think I want to deal with some of the problems I have, no matter how much money you get paid for? It's not worth the money sometimes. A lot of these people who are 2 and 3 years close to retirement, they're banging out 60 hours a week in overtime because they're padding their
And that's what you
retirement.
don't see,
And
and
that's what
that
you
is
don't
the
see.
unfortunate.
These are the,
yeah.
there's a few people who are, they're workhorses. I wish I could
Yeah.
put them in a.
And you're right, because when we look at this, we got a whole bunch of employees, 96, 97.
Yeah,
Then we don't have another one until 2011, 2014.
right.
So we literally went 12 to 15 years that zero of those employees are still around.
And that's the part where I.
Those are the ones that said, let me get out while the getting's good before I'm stuck in this
Exactly.
and miserable the rest of my
So
life.
that's what we're saying, commissioners. You actually, I just wanted you to come to the point where we're at, which is great. This is a great conversation. That's where we're at the negotiation table right now. We are not retaining. We have seen that. We've looked at the numbers. We know that you get to a point and it's either we have the tenured employees who want to be quite frank, retire and rehire. So we know they want to somewhat stay. So what we need to do is we need to right size the bottom. First. If we don't attack it that way, I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 2 years with her. We're not retaining.
Are we looking to retire, rehire so we can keep some people
All
on?
of that is pending negotiation. Okay? I can promise you. I don't think that I failed you thus far. Every contract negotiation, I have done my due diligence, as have the departments and directors and entities. We know what we need to do. We are working extremely hard to get there, but it also takes give and take with the unions as well. So we're trying. We're also trying to be cognizant that we don't have. You talk about Austintown. Mahoney County has a special, their 911 is funded by a special assessment commissioner. We aren't dealing with apples to apples, unfortunately. So we also are restricted in what we can and can't do. Also, the biggest thing, and I will say this till I am blue in the face, it is a disadvantage to these employees that they're clerical. That is absolutely asinine. Okay. I understand that you and I and everybody sitting here at this table would obviously classify them as first responders. However, that is not where we're at right now as a state or as a country. That makes this very hard when you're looking at what is the right pay. So another thing that I just want to throw out there, and I don't love to do this, but I do want to be honest with you. We have deputies, full-time deputies, who risk their lives every single day. First responders in this county, $29 an hour.
And that's the difficult part when you're looking at, comparables. You have volunteer fire departments that their guys are making 17, 18 bucks an hour, and they're running into burning
That's-
buildings. I'm
it's
not saying what we
absolutely
do.
I'm not,
I would 100% pay a dispatcher 35, 40 bucks an hour if I had the
Absolutely.
funds available. I think the issue starts at a higher level than local
does.
government, as
It
far as
does.
like state funding, federal funding. These are things where you should be given a budget for your public safety, your
Absolutely.
police, fire.
You know, I'll do another
And
one
all
solid.
that
I've been
things.
watching the state budget very closely. And Casey and I brought it to her attention, they actually under budgeted. The state actually had under budgeted what they thought we would receive in revenue from the wireless fees, whatever the case may be. So this year, we're looking to increase it. All that does is gives an extra 3 cents, commissioners.
I was just
3
looking,
cents.
I was gonna ask that, why are we only getting on wireless service?
It is absolutely,
It's up to
ridiculous.
20.
So how are we
27 cents right
supposed to fund these?
Other
detrimental
states are $2 and
services?
$3.
Truly. Why are we at 28 cents?
You're asking the age-old question. If you're talking to Casey who has no filter, I'm gonna say it's, lobbyists and people at the federal level pushing back against cell phones. But perfect example, I spend $300 a month on cell phones.
Yes.
I have 6 devices across the family.
We can fully
It's
fund it.
27 cents per cell phone.
Yeah.
Michigan, New York, Virginia, several other states are $2, $3. So if you took that, say, 25 cents, which what we used to be, and you took
It's
it
gonna
to
go
$2.50, like other
Ours would be
states.
$10 on our phone, I don't
But it
care
would
about
be,
that.
it would be 10
Yeah.
times the amount we bring in.
Right.
So we bring in $400,000, we would bring in 4 million.
That's the way it should be.
First of all, if
We would be able to fully fund, you would be able to do programs like, maybe we could do a hiring incentive of, hey,
Absolutely.
you get a sign-on bonus, but you have to sign a contract saying you will stay for 1 year. You know what I mean? You're not gonna do a sign-on bonus, get through training and say, see you later. You know what I mean? Those are things I would love to be able to do,
Well,
but
this is where it needs to change with the state. This is where we need
100%.
to talk to our representatives and say, hey, there's a problem.
I
Well,
have
and we
multiple
have-
times and
and
it's
nothing?
just, you get, well, let us know when it's not a lame duck, blah, blah, blah. It's just blowing more smoke, just like, I will exclude you guys, but politicians do, they blow smoke. They tell you what you wanna hear to get your vote, and then they don't do anything on the back end. And that's the part that chaps your ass as an administrator and as an employee, because you can't do the things you need to do. I mean, you guys know in my previous county, I got a property tax levy. I hate property taxes. I wish, if we could do a sales tax, perfect. But at the end of the day, you as the citizen are the one putting the burden on the system. You as a cell phone user are putting the burden on the system. Most people don't have landlines anymore. Why aren't you slapping a $2 fee in Ohio for cell phones? You're not gonna notice if your cell phone goes up $10. It goes up $10 anyway, just because, oh, you renewed and now we're gonna add in a couple more fees on. If they would do that, we would be properly funded. We could hire people. You could have the money for the equipment, the technology, because that stuff just gets more and more expensive. I was gonna bring to you guys a renewal for our 911 software because we're out of warranty for our stuff. It was gonna go from $125,000 this year for renewal, just to keep what we have, up to $220,000. All that increase was gonna do is make us go hosted, so the actual hardware would be hosted by the phone company, by the provider, and we would get our last mile connectivity to the state for the state 911 EZNet once that goes live. You're not giving me an update on the technology or the visual aspect of the software or any new features. It's an $80,000 increase. So I said, no, I said, we'll just keep the junk we have, try to keep it running. And use that money for like the AI, which I'm looking at, which will actually help the dispatchers and hopefully make their job a little bit easier.
And that has been a goal of ours. I mean. the past
For a
few
while,
years.
we're also gonna be having talks with IT and the court and probation and those departments about getting them their own leads terminals so they can run their own paperwork, because those are things we should not be doing. We are the 911 center. We should be answering 911 calls and dispatching radios. We should not be handling all these utilities complaints. I got a traffic cam ticket. We shouldn't be handling those things. We shouldn't be handling paperwork. You have court administrative staff that you say you're shorthanded, well, so are we. So why should you keep on piling it on us just because we're at the bottom of the bucket collecting all the dump? So I'm gonna become probably not well liked when we have these meetings, but we're gonna tell them we aren't doing it anymore.
Commissioners, Hancock County Sheriff's Office dispatch starts, so they're, after 1 year, they get $27.93 an hour. I just wanted to put this into perspective. Findlay, Ohio, $25 an hour. Bucyrus,
Bucyrus.
$23.42 an hour.
Starting wage.
Yes.
We got people there for 30 years at $25 an hour.
Again, those are
Base
contracts
rates.
they negotiate.
And their base rates.
I can't, if I could go back 20 years, I would do a lot of things differently, trust me. I wish I could, but we're here.
And that's the part, as the administrator currently, who's only been here 2 years, I take, not offense, but have a hard time when you guys say, we're going backwards. You've been this way for 8 years.
Yeah, we're trying to fix it.
We're trying to fix it.
That's
I
fair.
can only do what I can do, and believe me, it's not for lack of effort. We're interviewing people, we're talking to people, I called a career center in Cleveland, Cuyahoga, Tri-C. They have a dispatch program where people go through class to be a dispatcher, they come out certified. I called them, I'm like, hey, send your graduates our way, we're always hiring, so it's not for lack of effort, it's just, I can't undo 30 years of, not in 2 years.
I mean, we could, but it would be at a significant cost.
Add some zeros.
I mean, we might be talking 6 figures, if not more.
Add some zeros,
To be
that's what I
honest
said, I
with
mean,
you.
it's the same with when you ask if we move to a new center, how fast can we make it happen? Add some zeros, money talks, I mean, when you have the money to do things, you can make things happen fast.
Delaware County, $28 an hour. Delaware County is a large county. Englewood, base salary 56,000. So yeah, I mean.
For the region, we're close as far as base pay, but
I'm not saying that's right, but that is,
I mean, and you could look at, retention bonuses, I mean, we could look at those things, but that's all stuff that's, current negotiations are pending, so we don't want to
Right.
step on people.
Well, Stacy, we thank you for what you were doing, putting up with. You know, it's not an easy job, and you know that you don't always walk out happy, but we are going
Try.
to actively pursue the location here, so.
Yeah,
I think you,
I submitted it.
too much discussion.
No, I'm not gonna discuss, but just to give you an idea, I did submit an agenda item today for the 18th, that workshop. Just to give you what was the result of our RFP process. That way you guys know.
And I'd like to see this adjusted though somewhat, maybe take new hire 24, 25, and 26 and combine those into 2 supervisor positions. And then go from 18 to 20.
The supervisors are built in up in the employees tab. Those, we have those, there's still 3 slots there.
Well, I see the slots there, but there's no money budgeted for it up here.
It's in the.
She did
employees
budget.
It's in the line item for the employees budget.
So what you're looking at here, it's not, but that's where I was, we have not taken our eyes off of it, it's just,
Well, yeah, but if it's not posted, people can't apply for it.
I don't disagree, but. Okay. We'll keep it open. We were trying to make a concerted effort to find dispatchers, commissioners, that's where we're at. True. But we will keep the supervisors open, no problem. But I also need Casey too. I don't just post jobs for people for fun.
So I get it.
I work
I'm
with
just
the
looking at this, I'm like,
It's not my operations
I've been here
every day.
2.5 years. We only have 2 employees that have been hired that stayed. And I don't know how many we lost, 15, 18, 20 since I've been here. When that's not the right
Yeah.
direction.
I think one of the things that I would just like to point out is, at least that I can speak for in the 2 years, like I said, we lost Florida Medical. We lost 1, 2, 3, 4 people who were great dispatchers. They were gonna be great dispatchers, but they couldn't show up to work. They overslept on multiple occasions. They were given multiple occasions to get to work. You can't tell me you would like me to retain those people, so then once they become a union employee and they become fully as a dispatcher, now guess what? Now we have the perpetual cycle of call-offs that we currently have. So I can't go into the job and say, yep, we're gonna retain you, who already is showing during probation that you've missed work 3 times, that you've overslept. And here's the thing, I get if you oversleep, that's happened before, but guess what? You wake up, you bust your ass and you get in there as soon as you can. You don't just decide, oh, I'm gonna go back to bed and wait till somebody calls me. That doesn't show me that, hey, I screwed up, I'm trying to get my butt there. Then you do it 3 more times. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't keep those people. Those people aren't worth retaining.
And what that does cause on the back end, and again, I'm just being transparent, is then we do have forces. And these employees do in turn around and say, I don't wanna do this job anymore because so-and-so is not showing up, I get forced, I get banned out. So I'm not doing it anymore. It has been a consistent problem.
So I think
Also, one thing that I wanna make sure that commissioners understand is that the fact that when a supervisor is hired, and we've seen this 3 times now, truly. The people training the supervisor are staff.
Right. So
That's a problem.
yeah.
I mean, that's a
Yeah, because they're like,
problem.
here I am training this $90,000 a year individual.
that doesn't know the job because they haven't been here for 26
Right,
years.
that's an issue.
I mean, ideally, it would be great to have internal employees.
wanted
in their
internals
26 years,
to be
but
applied.
guess
That's
what?
what
They
we
don't
wanted.
wanna cross the line of being non-union.
Exactly. Right.
So they don't wanna
That's
cross
another
that
issue.
line. They want the
Right.
protection of the union. They want the pay that the staff gets.
Yeah.
And then additionally, I can't pull 3 guys off the floor to be supervisors, cause now I'm down to 14 dispatchers. They would have to be working supervisors. You know what I mean? So that's the other issue of it. The only thing I can say is, we've made a strong effort in the last 2 years to not retain people who are gonna end up being problem employees down the line. And if that's left us at a low level, so be it, because I'm not gonna get in the habit of having in 10 years, now I got somebody I can't get rid of and they can't show up for work and they're just making everybody else miserable.
I mean, it was
because
causing
they
a
don't-
lot of dissent, but
Exactly.
it was causing a lot of dissent.
So all I can say is we're continuing to try, we're continuing to think outside the box and make efforts to do the things we need to do. It's not gonna happen overnight, clearly. maybe I was a little disenfranchised, but when I came in, I thought, oh, we can do this. I had a lot more, enthusiasm and invigoration and it's, the wind has been taken out of my sails in the last 2 years,
I
but
think
we're still trying.
maybe not saying I disagree with, but the way I try to look at it as we are figuring out what does and what doesn't work. That I can tell you. We have plenty of data now to show. Maybe how we need to pivot or how we need to look at things differently, but I can tell you. Just as simple as just looking at a paper and saying why, we could give you multiple. To tell you why.
That aren't black and white, yeah.
Casey, we have a few minutes, just real quickly, because I don't know what happened, but I noticed in the paper today, something about a 911
Yeah,
missed call.
sharpen your ears for this one.
And this is why I wanted to bring it up,
Yeah.
because you have an opportunity.
Well,
real quickly.
here's what I'd like to say about that. That's the first I heard about it.
Oh, in the paper?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Okay, because now it's hitting social media, and you know how that goes.
Oh, believe.
So we need to get,
What I can tell you is a couple of complaints I have had about 911s going unanswered. We have the data to show where those calls rang for 14 seconds and people hung up.
Or drop.
And then they called back and then they hung up. We also know that there was a couple week period where we were having phone 911 actual trunk line issues in the phone company. Where calls were not rolling over properly.
Right.
Currently, if they come to us, if they ring for more than 30 seconds, it should roll to another department. To be answered. What we found is there were some issues with the routing on the back end of the phone company, nothing Trumbull County related. It was on the back end on the phone company line. That where they were not being routed properly. That has been corrected. We've been dealing with 911 ghost calls, and that's basically, it's almost like a robocall, but you call, you answer, and nobody's there.
oh, yeah.
There was one day where we had 100 of those in an hour. So if you're answering 100 911 calls in an hour, you have actual legitimate calls that are coming through that are ringing because you're handling these. What I would say for you listening and for the newspaper, if you could let your staff know when they get this, before they decide just to print it all willy-nilly, call us and let us know so we can investigate it first. And then we can put it out and say, it was looked into, this did happen. That was the first I heard about it.
And it
One of
was, with the back end, it was Warren, and it was all over Warren's breaking news, and what we did was we called you guys directly, and we were able to quantify this was the problem.
Yeah,
So.
Gerard
I mean,
had a
we
lot of
just
issues
need
with
to know.
911 being down for a while. That was a couple weeks ago. So I would just say, anytime they get those, just call us, either me or Patty, so we can look into it before you print it
We
and
have an
say.
opportunity to.
Yeah, because a lot of times
Yeah.
it can show on the back end where they called and they hung up.
Yeah.
Or that it was transferred to another agency or
Right.
rolled to another agency. And I'll tell you right now, just, people don't like to hear this, but 911 is not a perfect system. It relies on technology. It relies on old 911 copper phone lines a lot of times. It's not 911 that you see on TV that, boom, I answer in 2 seconds and I know, hey, it's Rick Fernandez calling from this location. It doesn't work like that. We're, the state's trying to get to that point where things are a little bit, but at the end of the day, yeah, it's.
We're working.
It's one of those things, it's like all technology. Some days things don't go like you think they're gonna go. But it would be nice to have the opportunity to answer to that, research it before they put it in the news.
And it wasn't raining the printer, but
No,
whoever attended that meeting.
Maybe I looked and saw who it was.
Yeah.
He's gonna get an email and be
I
like,
think it
listen,
was a trustee or a township.
it was a
meeting or
buy-in
something.
meeting.
Buy-in?
Yeah, cause I came in this morning and Sandy, one of the dispatchers, she's like, hey, look at this, and I'm like,
Yeah.
first I heard of it. Cause when we get those, we obviously do the research of like, we email back immediately and say, I mean, you guys were on the one that we got. We email back immediately saying, we're looking into this,
Yeah.
and then we get back. So, yeah. That's
Well, good.
that.
I'm glad I brought it up, so you
Yeah,
had an
thank you.
opportunity to.
Thank you.
Okay, bro.
All right, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Casey.
Appreciate it. I will be going on next week, just, leave it for vacation.
Oh, nice.
Fine.
Enjoy yourself. She didn't have fun.
I won't go
Oh,
back.
she'll never go back.
You better. You speak for yourself. Great job.
Tennessee actually has 911 funding on their cell phones. So they get more money coming in. No. Yeah, they are one of the states though where they actually bill 911 phones like over $2 per user.
We have literally eradicated the landline. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
really need.
had one when my kids were little, just because in case they were home.
Yeah.
But yeah, now
Everybody has a cell phone.
the problems that we're finding too with 911, just so if you do print anything, people who have VoIP phones, so like Voyants and things like that,
Yeah.
those a lot of times do not route properly because it's through the internet and those calls get misrouted. We're dealing with one right now with Windsor House. Their calls, when they call 911, it takes forever for the call to go through. They get hung up and they just kind of float. So we're actively working on that one with calling them to tell them, hey, you need to call your phone provider. And they need to make sure that provisioning within the 911 routing comes to us. Because that's some of those, like, and where I was in my previous county, we would get calls that would route to like up to like Michigan, because we're along the lake. And sometimes calls would go, we have the same thing here, like Northern 911, sometimes we'll get calls. So it's not a perfect system, but it's what, yeah, trying to. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank
you.
you,
Appreciate it.
Stacy.
Thanks, Ellen.
Have fun at vacation.
Oh,
Sure.
plan on it. Thank you.
I think I'm gonna tell them to come in the afternoon, or ask them to in the afternoon.
Oh.
Fairgrounds. And because the morning is pretty heavy, in the afternoon, there's only 5. We have a better chance of speaking that. Afternoon. So maybe I'll tell them to come right after lunch. Won't work. They might have to wait a little bit, but
When tomorrow?
yeah.
Oh,
Good morning. Good morning.
Almost there. Almost there,
I
I
know,
know.
I'm wishful thinking.
Yes. They're talking DC, but I want to get started. So I'm gonna start with one. I'm gonna start with, let's see if you sure. Oh, yeah.
he's sick.
Right. I have notes just on general, for the whole community first, because I want to kind of bring this up for you guys. So you save one for. Sure.
Okay.
So just to kind of give you a little bit of a. Let's go.
I gotta tell you before he tells you, just announce names.
Oh, I'm sorry, Martha Yoder, Trumbull County
Just
Officer.
ready to go out.
All right, fine. So this is, the first packet that I'm giving you is just general notes about, the county itself and the financial, and then I'll devote a little part to my budget itself. Our current cash available in the general fund that has not yet been budgeted is just a little over $9,000. Our current reserves, which are funds 921, 928, 943, and 949, are just over $14 million. As a reminder, the reserves at the beginning of the year were 15. Since the beginning of the year, the board has utilized a total of $4.7 million out of the reserves. So 7.3, and there's a whole list of all of that. I gave this prior at my last time that I talked to you, and since then that you added, or you took 420,000 out of the reserves to supplement the budget. Our current reserves are, I'm sorry, just so you know, we've made up a portion of what's been utilized from the reserves with the excess sales tax and excess casino. Current reserves are at about 20% of the total budgeted amount for the year. Our estimated revenue right now for 26 is just over 62 million. This is a very preliminary conservative estimate. We don't, in the past, we had not done these kind of estimates for you in the November meeting, but we thought that it might be helpful to have it this time. Just also for your own information, the following 6 revenue accounts make up 85% of the total estimated revenue in the general fund budget. Sales tax and casino are at 26 million, sales tax justice. So there's 2 separate sales tax. One is undivided, you can use it for anything. The other one has to be used for justice, like the courts, sheriff, et cetera, 8.5 million. Property tax is about 7.5 million. Our homestead rollback and local government fund money, this is money that comes to us from the state. Homestead and rollback is to reimburse for those discounts that we give to taxpayers, and the local government fund, we get a share of that. That's 4.6 million. Interest is 3.5 million. Conveyances, which comes from my office, are at 2.375.
Pretty good improvement. Is there gonna be any sort of impact in 26 with any of the property tax, any kind of new legislation that would hinder or
Not at this time, but right now, not all those, there's only been, the only legislative thing that has actually gone through the governor that's property tax impact is that option for or for commissioners to do a piggyback homestead, which you guys have not offered and done. And I assume you haven't done it because you know that it will cost the entities that much money. About 1.2 million across all entities. Because that's not, as I said, what we just get back from the state, that's the current homestead, all of that is state funded. Anything that's above that is not state funded. So right now, no. Who knows? And again, preliminary, that's why we call it a preliminary budget.
we haven't really discussed, but I don't want to discuss, I know we're
Great,
not gonna
okay.
discuss it here,
Great.
but I don't know what the impact of that would be.
No, for if you
If
did
we
that.
did with the homestead, I know
That's
something.
$1.2 million across the entities. Across, $1.2 million, not out of ours, I'd have to
A portion
break
would
it
be
down.
out of
A
ours.
portion would be out of ours, but every single entity that relies on property taxes, your townships, your villages, your DD, all of that would
Yeah.
get a portion of that 1.2 million would have to become out of their district.
So if we did do something, you're saying it would be,
It would
It's-
impact
it would impact us what, 1.2?
two, but it would be across the
Across the
board.
board,
It
yeah.
wouldn't just be the county,
Across the spectrum.
general fund,
So
across.
children's
I'm
services,
just-
I mean, it's all of it, it's all. of
I'm
that.
just asking a question because you're here
Right,
and
that's fine.
it could be something that comes up with the
good
commissioners, because
question.
you know it's gonna happen.
Right,
You know.
I do think though that at this point, there was a window for you to pass that legislation. And that, I think that it might have passed already, I'm not sure.
the end of
I-
October.
Yeah,
I
I
thought-
believe so.
oh,
So
it is
for
November.
26,
Yeah, it's
so for
November.
26, you
I know.
couldn't do it. It would be for 27. Yeah, there was a really small window to do that because the legislation
It
was
so big,
effective
yeah.
September 30th, and then there was, it needed to be able to do that and be able to work with DTE on it, Department of Tax Equalization on that. There's a lot of things that have to happen. We, as you know, I've explained to you guys before, there's a process with abstracts where we submit values. The value, the effective rates for each district are based on those values. All of that, what if we would do that would impact that later. So they had to make the window very small because there's a whole lot of things that have to happen. It's not like, oh, we can just do it. It doesn't work that way.
No.
All right.
Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome. Martha, you're Trumbull County Auditor again. The second part of this should look very familiar. It's something I gave to you a few weeks ago about your debt decisions that need to be made. I added to this a little bit because there was some question of whether I was helping sanitary and not helping the commissioners. I want to make it really clear, we don't help sanitary, and there's an email at the end of this from last year or early this year on they establish what they want to roll over and they tell us. We're not in that process at all. I do think it's really important, if you haven't already done so, to be sitting down with Mr. Dunnigan and figuring out where these projects are, because what you do with this debt is highly dependent on. We are again perfectly willing to sit down with you, with our financial advisor, but you need to know exactly what you want to do, or at least have an idea of where the projects are. So you need to be doing that. You need to be starting that process late November, early December at the latest in order for us, especially if something is going to go to bond, because we did speak with our with the bond counsel about this. It does take a little bit longer to do a bond. So we need to know that soon. Just wanted you to put that on your radar.
Christie and I, we've talked about that, so we're gonna be on it.
All right, I just wanted to make sure it was on their radar still.
Thank you.
All right, before I move to ours, are there any other questions on the countywide information?
Sounds like the opening, Peggy.
Sure you have all the information.
It's easy to understand.
Try to
We need easy to understand.
Out of preference.
We're not budget friends, but
So I just want to open with a few things about our budget so that you understand it. Auditor's office is funded by the general fund and the real estate assessment fund. The REA, you hear me refer to REA. You heard me refer to that a few weeks ago when we were discussing the vehicle that was purchased with REA. So the real estate assessment fund can only be used for certain things. And many expenses from the office cannot be paid out of that fund by law. It's a restricted fund. For example, my salary has to come by law from the general fund. Cannot use the REA for it. And that's legislative. I have no control over it. It's important to remember that the auditor's office brings in revenue to the general fund. In fact, the auditor's office portion of the estimated revenue for the general fund for this year was just over 3.2 million, almost 3.3 million. Most of this is from conveyance fees. On your other page where the revenue was talked about and it said transfers, conveyances, and permanent tax, that's that line. That fee is $4 per $1,000 collected by our office on non-exempt property transfers and 50 cents per parcel on all transfers. Non-exempt property transfers are anything that's transferred for money. So if grandma dies and her grandson inherits the property, that transfer is an exempt transfer because no money is passed. If grandma sells the property to her grandson, that is a non-exempt transfer, and so conveyance fees are paid. This is statutory. This is not something that the auditors make up. It is based out from the legislature. As of November 4th, 2025, we have actually brought in $3.5 million to the general fund. And of that amount, $2.6 million was from conveyance fees. Our estimated revenue for the general fund for 2026 is $3.3 million. And you may look at that and go, well, why is that lower than what you've already brought in? Remember that these conveyance fees are dependent upon property transfers. That can change at any moment. People can stop buying property. Something can happen. So you want to be as conservative as possible. That is responsible budgeting when you're conservative in your revenues. The Board of Commissioners has been given a list of my office's mandated duties more than once, but I think it's important to note that in addition to the services mandated by statute that our office provides, we also provide IT services to almost the entire county government, supporting all other mandated services. When I took office, we had 43 employees. We now have 39 employees. I have no intent on replacing the ones I have lost. The preliminary budget that we've submitted is just that, preliminary. I have a union contract that expires 1/31/26. We have not yet begun negotiations, and I have no idea of how those will go. We have budgeted for medical insurance based on what we were told by HR. With that being said, I want to point out that the preliminary bottom line ask for 2026 is only $35,971 more than our final budget, an increase of from 25, an increase of less than 1%. Additionally, the commissioners should remember that my office is estimated to contribute to the general fund $3.3 million, which is 86% of our preliminary ask of $3.85 million. No retirements are anticipated at this time, and we have no capital improvements planned. One last thought. Throughout last year's process, it was stressed that mandated services take precedence over non-mandated services. It is very important for you to understand that everything my office does is either mandated or acts to support mandated services. Good questions?
To the point, like you usually are, Martha. Again, and we had discussed this, 4% probably will come off for the
Yes,
estimated health insurance, which we
well,
overestimated.
yeah, so
So
you know, the sorry, we just have to throw out a number because I make this aware every year, but you don't get the numbers until the beginning of November. There's nothing I can. But the good thing is that we budgeted enough. We just used last year's increase and it'll be less than that. So 10.7 will be the increase hopefully. And then commissioner's approval next week. I think I shared that with you guys last week that it would be forthcoming. So,
Right.
So 10.7 for single. So last year we were at $1,011.48. This year, our share will be $1,119.69, which is a 10.7% increase. Which luckily isn't 14. And then the family was 2,795 last year, 0.4. This year it will be 3,093.13, so 10.65%.
And it's important to understand, Mark, you're from County Auditor, it is important to understand that the numbers that you have right now are still very preliminary. As we know that that's changed, but you also have the situation that a person going from single to family coverage is a dramatic increase over, it's, I think, yeah.
And there's no way
And there's no way we can know that somebody's going to do that. People, our employees have lives. Sometimes they have situations, some people maybe haven't taken insurance for a while and now need to because of a change in their life. And that could be so you have someone going from no insurance to a family plan overnight, and you don't know that. So it's important because insurance is such a big part of our personnel costs. It is a huge part of our personnel costs. It's important to understand that. You also, as I said, I have not begun negotiations. We tried to estimate as best we could where we would be, but we have not started those. And we're going to, I'll probably be starting in the next couple of weeks, sitting down with the union on this, but I don't know where that's going to go. We can say we don't have money and the union can say, wait, and they have. So this is preliminary. We'll have a better idea, hopefully in January when we meet with you. We will also have, as soon as possible, an actual certified estimated revenue for you at the beginning of the year. Or not just for us. Also, the revenue that we reported to you, you have to understand, although a big part of it, we kind of, the budget commission will set. We set all of it, but we base that on what comes from other departments as well. And although we try to look that over as best we can, they're the ones determining, because they're the ones collecting what they think they're going to collect. Anything else?
No, Mark, thank you.
Just one question, just to figure out, last year we adjusted, and we fixed the tax map engineer thing. Is this budget year, we're gonna fix the salary thing between HR and payroll and Christie's salary? We add that into the budget.
Well, that was actually something that came up during the
audit.
We
just haven't addressed it yet.
We haven't addressed it yet.
I mean, but is this the year to address it? While we're doing this stuff, we should know that if that's gonna be budgeted or not, because that's a chunk of money that may have to be added to the auditor's budget.
Their auditor's office, I think it's going to be a bigger, I don't know the word, but it's gonna be a bigger project than just moving some of us out of that, because part of their recommendation is HR should be a part of general fund. So that's not just.
Right,
moving
which is
part-
contrary
we
to
would
what
also
we
be-
were thinking last year.
Yeah, and we wouldn't all just be paid out of those funds. We would have to do like a time study kind of thing. So we're gonna have an HR out of those funds, part of it.
part of us out of those funds, but we have to do some kind of time study or maximus.
Very
report to use that.
minimal of HR, which like an actual my three, us three, we've come out of HR, because we are 90% healthcare driven and workers comp. But there is that aspect of employment relations, that I service for this entire county. Which then becomes another issue too, is why are we not, I hate to do that, but why am I providing services, me myself, to the entire county, but we're not recouping those funds? So it's a very large issue. And out, coming from the audit, that was definitely not necessarily just HR, but in general, how the county is really allocating
Right.
funds.
And we need to work on it,
Yeah.
and at this point, we can't work on it before the budget is, Martha, you're the Trumbull County Auditor, before the budget is established, and unfortunately. We are gonna have to look at it, but their question was not so much, why are we being paid out of those funds, but
Yeah.
why is she being paid, which is opposite of what we thought last year.
But overall, all of us should have a reason or a percentage that we're being charging out of there based on our time, based on a time study or maximus report or something like that. And right now, we've just done flat percentages, so that's a part of it too. Christie Sesteric Auditor's Office.
Like I said, it'll need to be a percentage swing. It's not a one for one. And then the question becomes, it's a good point because, and it wasn't all why I'm paid off of it. Majority of ours, when I talked to the auditor, was no questions asked. It's just the percentage of what you're doing in employee relations that you're doing for others.
Right.
That's coming out of. So then we would have to look at, is other departments subsidizing my funds, like, because we're not getting that right now. We're providing services essentially for free. That's just true.
Well, that Tate was just here yesterday.
Yeah.
I spoke with him for a little bit in reference to this and about what we do with JFS and whatnot, what have you. And he's trying to move towards like just a flat amount to do a time analysis, if you will, on everybody's time and what department it goes to would absolutely be a nightmare.
Yeah, and the problem is historically, at least from what I've seen, at least I've identified, and I did talk with the state about this, is that everybody's just putting down what they say they do.
But he said that's everywhere. It's in every county.
I agree, that's a larger.
We're not anything, we're not different than anyone else. We're not. So.
But that doesn't necessarily help right size the lie.
Correct.
So that is a larger problem.
But it's not gonna be dealt with.
It will not, it's not
Before.
just a
We
take
can't.
this away and put it here.
We can't.
Are we moving in that direction? Do we have, is that something, we're gonna move in that direction?
I mean, I know certain aspects are moving slowly because we have to, because we're forced to, because it's an.
I mean, with union negotiations coming up, like you said, the union's gonna say, you got all this money, we want more of it. Well, then maybe they don't have all that money if they had to pay more of those salaries there, then they don't have as much money as the union thinks.
Don't,
That way we're not stuck doing a union contract and then it changes. And then we gotta come up with more money to fulfill the union contract and
What they're
correct
unions
the
will always
or
look
the,
at it is, if there's a
audit.
pot of monies in general fund that can be allocated, that's just the truth. Whether it's your dedicated revenue source or not, they don't necessarily care. What they can say is that there is money in the general fund, there is money in reserves, and they want they want you to pull on that. That's the truth.
and it's, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that technically, the reserve funds are part of the general fund on the GAAP basis financial
is.
statement. So you
And
look
they
at
see that, and
any of our reports, it has them all lump sum
That's
together.
right.
So it's not just what we have on our cash basis financial statements as
It is
general
not.
fund 001.
And when we go into fact finding hearings, conciliation, arbitration rulings, that is exactly what they will say. They will go out to our gap, they will pull what is in the CAFR, I don't wanna use. AFR, CAFR, and they will say at the end of the day, this county has this much money. Nothing restricts them. So when we look at it as dedicated funding sources, that does not matter to them, because at the end of the day, there is money on the books available. That's the truth.
And
That's why, no matter how broke we say, right, I'm just saying, you can say you're broke, but a conciliator, a fact finder, or arbitrator will come back with, no, there's money's available, give them 10%. That's the truth.
so just so you understand too, this is not, Martha, you're a Trumbull County Auditor. the funds that we're discussing right now specifically, with regard to what the impact is on my budget, we're talking, Christie, we currently are 25% of yours, right? 25% of Christie's, 50% of one of our payroll and 100 of the other. So it's not like it's, I have 39 employees. The impact are 34 of 35 of them are union. So the impact on this, as far as the union negotiation part, is not, it's, if we get to that point, it's not going to be. I also don't think, based on what we've looked at, that when we do that kind of reporting that they're talking about, that it's going to impact it's only going to impact those three. And I don't think the impact is going to be that great on those three based on what we have been told.
Is it legal what we're doing, the way we're doing now?
Yeah.
If we just left it alone, left it that way, is it legal?
Christie's Secretary Auditor's Office, it was not a non-compliant citation, it was a recommendation.
Right, it's just to make sure it's those people are being paid out of a fund that is meant to pay for what they do. However, they also do other things, at least Christie does and Penny does. And so the point was, and it was more, why is it paying for HR when HR is out there? So it's not my budget that we're talking about. And the other ones, they said they recommended, even though, yes, they do those activities that should be paid for by that, they recommended a time study in order to make sure that we're doing it correctly, the percentages right. If it changes at all, it's going to be probably on our end, at least in our budget, a minimal percentage for 3 people out of 39. So
Yeah,
this is
there's
not
no
going
issues.
to,
I mean,
yeah.
outside, well, of course, but yeah. So we have to do something with that.
Mhm. So it's not right. And absolutely we need to address it, but it's not something that can be addressed. Okay, we just do this now. We know how much it is. They want somebody from outside of us looking at those percentages. It's not a situation where there were specific duties that were restricted with tax man, that were restricted and had to be paid out of the general fund, could not be paid out of the real estate assessment.
We don't have that.
Which is, this is a different situation.
We're allowed to be paid out of there, they just appreciate if we had some kind of study or like documentation as to why that percentage is that percentage, or the hours that you're doing.
Right? Anything else?
Thank you, Martha.
No problem.
Chrissy, Tim, thank you.
Thank
Have a good day.
you.
We're on, why I don't know. I gotta use a resident.
This is income. What do you mean?
What am I?
Taking a quick break. I know, I need to go to the restroom.
I do too.
The R's is revenue.
The top's always the top's revenue.
And then the E's expenses.
You want that.
What do you mean?
So they'll always
It's
give you,
revenue.
the R's are revenue.
Oh, is that revenue, not expense?
No,
What, okay,
okay.
so the revenue.
I'm
is
gonna
not-
fix this all for you in a spreadsheet.
Huh?
I'm gonna fix everything in the
Why don't you
spreadsheet.
take our head
I have
here?
to go to the restroom. Okay. Let's wait. Good. Is anybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's you. I tried some of that, I didn't, I got good.
Okay. I'm gonna put my these here.
Yeah. That it is.
Yes.
Oh goodness.
That's what I was like.
Got your chickens, Michelle.
Now we're 2 minutes behind.
Yep.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
My toe still hurts.
Your what?
My toe.
Oh, your toe?
I hit the toe on a corner of a Chase Lounge and on my first day, I'm like, whoops. Yeah, whoopsie. It didn't turn black, so I figured it wasn't broke. Right?
See, it didn't say.
There's a
R
R,
means
yeah.
revenue.
Well, listen,
I know.
I'm gonna have to.
I need to spell that. Okay.
These are the views.
You don't know what that stands for.
I don't know.
Yeah,
All right.
No, it's
It
not.
could stand for
it could
Rick. Hey,
stand
Rick,
for-
look, Rick.
yeah, it's just we.
R is for Rick.
It could.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have 2.3 million, we're glad to take it, so.
I mean, I like the,
I think that's good.
now that I know, I like the numbers.
Yeah, we always start up top with revenue and then the expenses and then it's that, like
Okay.
that.
All these,
It's a check, like a checkbook.
I
Put
got
that
you.
back.
I know.
All these 4s right here, this is all revenue. All the 5s are expenses.
I see E, I see E.
Okay. All right. All righty.
You got
Okay,
it.
Michelle,
Hey,
how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
You look like you're smiling, I like that.
I'm smiling. So
Living our best life.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the one I was like, on the ways.
Well, so I do mine differently. Each year, I put in the total compensation for each employee.
Okay, got you.
That way
Got
you
it.
see in a whole what
You mean-
each employee is actually costing the county
Benefits.
with benefits, health insurance, ERS. Yeah, I roll it all in together. I do have another, I mean, of the regular,
Where's Fred?
just their wages. But ultimately, that is what you're paying roughly for each employee.
Right.
So I always do it like that for you, so you can just see it as a whole. I have the 7 employees, including myself. Nobody's expected to retire. I listed their hire dates. Again, their total compensation, includes health insurance, PRS, life workers comp, all of that. I guess right to the budget, we put in 200,000 again. I didn't want to scare you guys off yet, but I think we are probably gonna need about, I would say about 300,000 roughly. In that area, to complete the 2026 budget. Just cost of everything has went up and 2025, at the end of 2024, we became completely staffed again at the end. So 2025 is completely staffed and then this 2026. So as you can see, my budget is about 80, it's 80+% of salaries and employees are 80-some% of my budget. I had, let me see here. My other expenses are roughly about 113,000, that's it. Operational, we kicked that down from about 40-some thousand. We're putting, last year, I think we put 20 in there. This year, we're only putting 30. So that's one of our largest expenses is just the operational, but as you can see, everything is minimal in there. Else met our medical for the animals, but that's all donated money. That's 25,000 we put in there. We try to put around that in. Anywhere from 18 to 25,000 we try to throw in there, but we get that in donations.
See her.
Why no mailing last year?
Because we decided that we weren't going to do send out renewals with Kathy. It was just something that we had decided as a whole. Not to put some additional send additional reminder letters out.
And why the seminars and training so high when we haven't had anything the last 3 years? Is there something coming up that's?
Well, I'm just trying to improve the department. So I figured we could get everybody some training and some seminars. Now, will we need that much? I hope not, but again, I did wanna.
I think, I mean,
That was a good idea.
not that you're asking, But I will say, I mean, even the HR, my staff, I always budget 2,500, especially with them needing certain licenses and credentials. It is who of them to continue to have that continuing education, and that is something that I think
Yeah.
will better anybody and
Yeah.
everybody.
And that
There's
was,
so much that we can do for free through, you know, of
Sure.
course, the university,
Yes.
and we do that, and they, you know, but in general, when you're dealing with especially live animals, all, it's important to have
Yeah.
some sort of.
yeah, and usually we can get them donated.
Yeah.
Or free, we could go to a lot, but there are.
Safety training.
Yeah, there are
anything
some
you
really
think
good
of,
ones
Yeah,
that-
preventative, you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
That do cost something, so I figured we could just all, brush up on that and do better.
What happened in all other revenue? 2024 was 93,000, now we're only saying 23,000,
So we,
$70,000 spike.
sure, so we got a $74,000, $76,000 donation. Yeah, so that was that big.
24.
In 24, yes. Yeah, it was an estate, we got. That was just, for medical and the dogs.
And it,
Question, mailing. What is the mailing services?
The mailing services, so to send, when you are in the system, when you have purchased the dog license for the year, yeah, you get reminder letters, okay, sent out November-ish.
Right.
And then Kathy was also doing them again through the middle of the year, but we decided to try to save and cut and let's see how it goes and not do additional reminder letters.
But it's budgeted here, right?
Yes,
What were you questioning?
So
What were you questioning with mail?
just that, because we had 0 last year and then 7,000 this year. I was just asking.
Oh, because you're
Why
gonna
there was
continue
nothing.
it this year then, right?
yes,
Okay. Gotcha.
yeah, so it's just not in, that's the
I-
2025
I did 0
actuals,
last
so
year.
it's not in there
Yeah.
yet. It's
Right.
not put in yet for the mailing services, so it's actually not at 0, it's just not in yet, Kathy
okay.
does not have them in yet. But we are still not going to do as much as we did.
Right.
Anything else?
Seems.
Again, mine's, mine's pretty easy, it's nice,
What is the bad check refunds?
just if there's a bad check, yeah.
We
Oh, if
haven't
they
had
bounce.
any for any.
We haven't, but we kind of keep, we
That's
just
just a little
keep it in
bit, I
there,
got you.
yeah,
You mean if you get a bounce check, you mean?
yeah,
Shame on them.
right?
They come in for a dog and bounce a check.
Yeah, yeah,
Has it happened?
yeah,
I mean,
That's really bad.
yeah, it's happened.
You're dealing with humans, you never know what can happen when you're dealing with.
Yeah, shame. The animal,
It's the
it's
truth,
not the problem.
you never know there, you.
Yeah. Any other questions, ladies?
Thank
you. Okay. yeah,
Okay,
you know,
easy peasy, I should have brought donuts,
huh?
said easy peasy. I
Oh,
should've
don't
brought
say that,
donuts.
because they're gonna have us up to, we have to run the Sam's. Club.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you guys,
Yeah.
have a good day.
Two.
Bye.
Dawn's in. Hey. Birthday last year. Well, she said she's about 300K,
240.
so she's 60 of it.
She, there's no totals, I can go in and I can look, I can see what they
Well, she just might have rounded it off.
Yeah, I mean, the totals are in the system, but
No,
I
no,
could have sworn she said.
no, they're not, she's, like, some of these things have not been spent yet, she's not showing what's in that appropriation, she's or a line item. She's just showing zeros because that's what she put, she's trying to adjust the actuals. But she could have totaled them here at the bottom, and that's not done, but that's okay, we'll fix it.
My only question was, I thought she said, I could have sworn she said I could have it the same.
Yes,
But did you catch?
yeah, I did, so I wasn't quite
So is it
understanding.
the 200 out, the 240, or is it the 3?
She's saying she's keeping it at 200, but she said ultimately she thinks she might need 300.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I mean, that's the way I.
Thank you.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to really do a good spreadsheet where it shows exactly what they were given,
Yeah.
what we gave them, where it went, all these totals, and I.
Chair, make a motion that we take a quick little recess until the
So
next
make
one. At noon, we got 20 minutes.
Oh, I have a second.
Bathroom break, phone call break.
Second,
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
yes.
motion, we readjourn or reconvene.
We can return.
Yeah.
Sure. Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Cindy?
First time.
It's okay, you're good.
How do we start?
Just keep smiling.
You just start
Okay.
talking.
Get to the point. What do you need?
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
If you will all turn to page, wait, where's the highlighted one? Oh, page 3. So we only need 1.4, shit, I'm confused. 6.
You're right. 146 here. You're a little crooked now.
0, 158, 44. So since increasing the, doing the $5 surcharge, this past year, we have been bringing in anywhere between 10 and 30,000 more in revenue per month. Yeah, so I am going to need
Say that again for the record.
between $10 and $30,000 a month more in revenue.
That goes in the general fund.
I don't think all of it goes in the general fund, but half of it.
So between 100 and
Well, and remember, there's this,
150,000.
I hate to, there's this one that certain monies get withheld back, go to the housing.
housing
Yes,
trust fund.
so by default, they would be way more ahead, but that's just the luxury that got assigned at legislature to recorder's office and all over the state of Ohio.
Yeah.
Why, I'm not sure, but
And that's about right around 200,000.
it's a, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
But
do
that
not
goes into
pass
the
go,
general
it
fund.
goes, yeah, it just, you don't see it, cause it goes.
So when I came in, you guys remember I lost my chief deputy and I put Fred in that position, and Fred is making a lot less than most of the chief deputies in the whole county, probably all of them. But I still have an open position, and Green keeps telling me you gotta fill that position, you gotta fill that position. So on payroll, I put open position, and I put an open position over at records department because as well over there, there has been an open position for a while.
Krista. It's been, yeah, it's been a while.
And you know, we're gonna be losing this one in a few years. She's retired.
February 1st, 2029. So you got some time.
I know.
Yeah.
February 1st, 2029.
See that big smile when you say that.
But it's not, yeah, Grant. And you deserve it.
How about, I've been working, oh, I've been with the reporters here since 2012, but I've been with county governments for 28 years. And then I did the bank for 10 years and records been working here. So I've been doing this for 38 years. I'm tired.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love it.
and she's,
you can tell.
she's,
She had great kids, I'm sure.
My youngest one's gonna be a year. My oldest one is 8. I'm ready.
It's like mine. 8 and 6 months. Yeah.
you
You're
know,
welcome.
So is mine getting ready then?
3 grandchildren.
wow.
Get Fred.
He's got 3 years. Or whatever you're gonna do, but yeah,
She's doing great.
good.
She is.
She's, yes. You have a good shot.
She keeps just giving her more and more responsibility.
Little by little, and she's doing good.
That's good to have somebody.
Especially.
Move
And
right
she
in.
cares, she cares about it,
Yes.
and that's important.
But we also eventually would like to talk to you guys about this, certificate or reserve.
Yeah.
Tell them why.
Well, so what it does is it archives, it makes digital images. They archive the permanent ones. So right now we're making film. Film is expensive, chemicals, the machines to do it, the labor.
And eventually they're doing away with it, aren't they?
I don't know, I want to.
I mean, they're statewide.
And the price of film is getting down.
There are still some counties that will not give up microfilm. There are several, actually. But they make more money than our county. Montgomery County. Lorraine County. Lorraine County's still filming.
Yeah.
But anyways, the Preservica it archives the digital images, which keeps them in their original format that makes them accessible from now until forever in the way they need to be to access them. But they keep the vault, the original one, the way it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, we're kind of
Get it preserved.
trying to do.
Preservica.
Preservica.
Sorry. It is that.
Are we doing
I think
preserve?
that you're gonna need to see like a whole
We
presentation
don't have
on that when the time comes.
So at least you're doing something,
Not,
files. This computer transfer.
I mean, we're doing what we can in-house for right now because this really sounded like it's really the future and the way to go. Yeah. For accessibility, for public records requests, yes.
For every, I was there, and I was looking forward to seeing it.
So, it's for the permanent records. There are so many areas of this county that have permanent records. We don't even do the short-term records. We only archive permanent. So, which is millions and millions and millions of documents since 1795. So we have a lot of archives.
How's that get transferred? Is it gotta be on the process?
Well, so right now, we've been taking the microfilm that we have stored in a vault. We digitize all the microfilm. We're breaking it up into separate documents and putting them into the on-base where they're accessible right now. But on-base is not a permanent repository for those images. It's
So
not.
transferring from
It's almost like
that to,
No,
it's not a waste
no,
of
it's not
time.
a waste of time. I love it.
It was like a bridge, so it gets you to where we need to go long term.
But
If you
But
would have
will it won't like disappear from on base, right? It will just be moved over from on base to another.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was
then
the
it's
stuff
not
that
a
was.
waste.
No, because we're gonna start date forward with sort of like if we do
Correct.
that. But on base is still gonna be there and we will eventually get
Gotcha.
all the old stuff in
Yes,
there.
moved over.
It's the stuff that would have had to be taken.
We're talking like
So-
probably 2,000 boxes we've gotten rid of in the last few years. Because of digitizing.
And all that equipment that was purchased during CARES.
That does the microfilm, that does the
Yeah.
microfilm and the microfiche, so that's all gonna go away. We're not gonna have to pull out the microfilm, put it on a machine and read it and print. We're digitizing. Come over and see it. We love to show it off.
I love it over there.
They're so fun. Oh, yeah, that would be awesome.
Very, you guys haven't had a tour of it, take it for.
yeah,
Very
we just,
interesting.
no, we just walked in the front door. We didn't know where we were.
Yeah, they were lost,
Yeah.
but they saw us.
Yeah, we had a good time. And we did, that's what opened our eyes to needing security.
Yeah.
We have nothing and
Right there.
we have sensitive records, we have prosecutor files, we have human resources.
You have all of
files,
our, I know, trust me, I know.
we have everybody's files over there and it's like, they're important.
Yeah.
Keep safe.
No, it is. But it's not gonna be cheap.
No,
But
nothing is.
it needs to be. So.
It does.
It's, go ahead.
Okay, so. Healthcare went up, benefits went up, pay is going up again, so that's pretty much the majority of what. Our expenses are, I think we take a look here.
And our expenses are the same. We're an expense department, but we save everybody else in the county.
Yeah.
Tons of money.
So where's the final figures? Where's the last year and this year?
124,
Is that it?
page 3.
Here,
Yeah.
it's just on the back. Hold on, it's right there. This is 1.1, it's the original budget,
Oh, we're doing the backs. It's
25 actual.
Save the paper.
So far, 25
Gotta
actual.
cut costs.
36. Send it to you.
Another place we saved, and it wasn't anything we did, but Karina retired. And we brought someone in at a.
Yeah.
That's a zero, that saved a lot.
Well, good to know that the actual hospitalization, Alex came in and told us it's all a little bit less than what we had anticipated, so we'll save some money there. So that'd be good.
Of course, that's budgeted high right now.
Yeah, and I purposely, I didn't have a choice.
She wanted it like that. It just worked out the best, but you don't ever want to be under.
Microfilm observation.
That's
That's them.
microfilm. That's
Why is it a hospital? What do you mean?
Health insurance.
health insurance.
So the 720 fund is called the hospitalization trust fund.
No, but it's not there. It, under here, it's listed as hospital, microfilm hospitalization and life insurance.
It is on all of the employees, right?
That's how it is on all munis reports.
Yes, because that's the actual
Okay,
fund account
okay.
number.
I'm not, you guys know that units. But,
So everybody
So
utilizes
it's-
microfilm, just pretty much every department. It's just, we pay for it.
$70,000 jump though, is that normal? 70,000?
For what?
You went from 110 to 191.
It was a guesstimate. It can't, it's not that, because we were basing it on 14%. It actually came in at 10 point
I
something.
know, but even at 14%, that's 191 is way more than 14% of
I'd have to.
106,000.
We figured it out. It includes the life insurance. The insurance. For it's 38,000, we were basing it 38,160 per employee. And then the 130.08 for the year for each employee. So that added up to, if you take that, and just the insurance on the sheet. With Dawn in there. Is 400, no, there, it's the, wait, where is it? It's 190,800.
Because the actual this year was
Well,
106, last year was 110,
There's
now it's
added,
saying 191.
there's added
70,000.
employees.
There's added.
So that's what, yeah, there's added employees.
Yeah, but how many out of employees?
Three.
You're still looking at
One in, one in,
80%.
One in microfilm.
one in microfilm, and one in.
Yes.
So if you're saying 40 and 40, that's
I mean,
80,000.
right there,
dollars
it's
for
80,000,
2 people
yeah.
With family plans. But it's not gonna be that.
Right.
Yeah, well.
Not
it's-
everyone has family plan.
Right.
Single, I got a couple other people.
Hmm.
But we estimated it.
Yeah.
It's 13 employees total, right? Even with the opens.
We did include the opens.
Yeah, so if you take the rates, the health insurance will be, if I assume everybody was a family at 13 employees, it's gonna be 482,000.
Which has, the actual for this year right now is 106, 149.
Are you looking at hiring any? Are you gonna do it?
No, I have to hire.
I included the open in there, just to be,
No, it's on her sheet anyway.
Green has been on, that open.
Union? So we're gonna have to have.
Whatever.
You figuring that in?
It's in there, it's
Yes,
right
that's
here.
figured in.
That's figured in. Oh, last page. Yeah, I see. Well, so that's two of the positions?
yes.
One in microfilm, one.
They've had one in microfilm even before reporters and came on. That's been there from Krista, so it's been a while. The open position in the record center. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. In the record center has been just because I think Karina retired, Claire got promoted, there was somebody been into another open position. You're really jogging my memory because a lot happens in a year, with all my meetings, so it's really difficult, but yeah. that was because of truly just people shifting and retirement, so.
So I have a position in
Karina.
my office data, which I have a non-union employee doing data, which is.
Kind of fun, yeah.
They give you a problem there.
Yep.
And I told you, it's not in budget. And as soon as it is.
I moved in Vaughn at that time, or it's out.
That's it.
That's it.
Thank. Sure. All good.
Okay.
Good job, ladies.
Thank you.
Been going like butter.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it. Put that in there.
You don't like that. They'll bring that up. That's why.
Why?
Uh,
Where are we now?
good comment.
Bye, guys.
Nice to
Good
see
to
you.
see
Bye,
you.
guys.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Don. You.
Okay. All right, guys, thank you.
Thank
you.
Is this your thing?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
missing
Bye,
that.
bye.
Great job, Rob. Great job.
So they're up to 60.
Chair, I'm gonna make a motion that we recess for lunch. Come back at 2 p.m.
Second.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
It's 2 hours.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Those are our.
She is.
The other two inside, but the ones.
Yeah,
You guys.
That's the second.
What's that?
Crawling.
This is being recorded, right? Yes. Hi, ladies. Well, like your hair.
Oh, thank you.
Am I allowed to say that?
Yes, you are.
She's-
Thank you.
I like them. I love the kids. I like them too.
All right.
How's your dad?
Raymond, you're not taking that down, are you?
Everybody have it, but
Did you take that
sure,
down?
I'll tell you that right. No,
Oh,
I'm
it's
not-
everything. That'll be on the front page.
Yeah.
What's your picture?
First is picture.
I just wanna see Phil Danzo come back. Phil.
And don't forget, anytime it's Alice Watkins and Phil Danzo.
Phil Danzo.
He felt he had to be next to the commissioners.
That's right, yeah.
He's there all the time, trying to.
You ready, Liz?
Yeah.
Okay, roll.
Jenny Malloy.
Here. Here. Okay, Commissioner Bernard is ill. You're not ill, he's just not feeling well. So, where do we start?
You want me to begin?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an honor to be here. I want to thank the board
Honor to
for
have you.
the invitation. I want to thank the board that we've gone through this year, and I've been funded to have sufficient employees as we go forward and hopefully do the county work. My office right up today has 36 employees, which is less than counties of our size in the state of Ohio. I've been blessed to be 11 terms in office and have had a career group of people that I believe serve the public well. And one of the handouts that I have for you, right, they have, right as we speak, my primary duty in my office is to keep the public safe by enforcing the laws and working with the sheriff and the court system, which includes the common pleas and juvenile divisions, to see that people are fairly and effectively prosecuted that are guilty of crime, remembering the rights that all citizens have, including the cherished rights that every human being in this society is presumed innocent unless proven guilty. And to prove people guilty today is very much a large workload. My child assault division, which was one of the first in the United States of America, started in 1986 with one of 9 federal grants. It's still in existence. We work closely with the Children's Services Board. It is funded from Children's Services money through the Common Police Court action to work with that agency and police agencies in those cases where the children need to be saved, but the offender may be in the family and they need to be prosecuted and not offend. Pedophiles from every book research that you can see historically tend to highly reoffend. Gabe Wildman right now, as we speak, is in my 22nd trial in the past less than 2 years involving major felonies, including murders. I'm waiting right now for a verdict. The man accused is 75 years of age, raping a child between the ages of 5 and 12. Till the verdict's issued, and I don't win, my office doesn't win every case, but I'm trying to illustrate to you, the board, the importance of my office and how busy it is with having that many jury trials and successfully prosecuting the worst of the worst offenders. I want to note to this board that when I started as a prosecutor back in the 70s, there were times where I might have one defendant with one defense attorney, and most of the times that went on for years. Right today, Gabe Wildman, by himself, dealing with all kind of experts in this trial, by himself, and I'm proud of it because he's got almost 20 years of experience. But there's 2 defense attorneys. Chris Becker tried a case. There were 3 defense attorneys. We have seen an increase in defense attorneys that are increasing at astronomical levels compared to the staffing of my stagnant staff over for years. So we will, and it's mentioned in the handout, how many times where it would be equality in defense, and now we're being outnumbered. Now, I'm not going to get into anything other than I have people that are really working hard, and we need some assistance, and some has been given, and we are going to go forward, but there's a shortage of lawyers. But as long as I'm in office, I want to put forth and do what we've been doing for years, is to effectively prosecute people that are dangerous to the community. And I know we have done that. I've known we have done that with the number of parole hearings you see with people being in prison 50 years or more, where they're still in prison, and the family members, like Dr. David Sharella in the Pompey Wade case, the family's been living with the horror of having their father, their mothers, or loved ones murdered. And the people that just got out of prison committed a crime, wanting to get out of prison again. So I'm overdoing it maybe, but I don't think it needs to be overdone. The public is concerned about public safety. And it goes into my civil division, a criminal division, and all the people. The Bath Township, which is incredible. They have a mansion. You can rent it for a weekend. And they had all kind of gang members come into that township, renting a residential home for 3 days, and 9 people were shot. Some of the things that we need to look at is how we protect the homeowners of Trumbull County and having the appropriate use of property, looking at zoning and looking at where we go in the future to attract people. I compliment the board on the work to bring industry here, but we need to have safe streets and we need to have logical legislation, zoning, whatever way you want to look at it, where the nonsense needs to be stopped, where we have that kind of activity from the outside coming to our county. And a lot of the murderers and offenders that we prosecute come from outside the county. The county needs to be receptive and to grow with the issue of taxation, schools, jobs, places to eat safely. And we unfortunately we have some bad apples and they need to be taken care of. That's my responsibility. Our criminal caseload is there. We're going to approach, we have about 930 cases. The record's like 1,100. We're going to be over 1,000. The number of cases going to trial is high. We're being outnumbered by defense attorneys. My budget request is basically $200,000 more than last year. And the budget request reflects another 2%, which will be next year as the commissioner's office has allocated as raises, in addition to healthcare benefits, right, Mr. Danzo? I'm pretty much up. So we're trying to take what we've been given this year. I'm trying to employ at least another attorney. We have one adjoining, but we're dealing with right now, as of today, is 36 employees. Hopefully in December, we'll have 37. And my civil division, which is composed of 6 people, and Mr. Danzo and 2 others are full-time, and I have Brian Kren does have outside, but we've been blessed, but Brian has a great background. And then I have the 4D program, I have 2 part-time attorneys. So if you look at other counties, we're doing more with less. And we're content with trying to live within the realities that we have, but we need to, and I will fight for to protect the public, and we have mandatory services, and it's critical that public safety be kept in view. The public defender numbers are astronomical, and their increases have been only make me get more motions, more hearings, that more work. And I got frustrated people, and we're going to do what we can. We are, but letting you know, I think that I've also watched some of the people that you, like Fran, Joyce, the people retire. I'm not retiring yet. I might even know right now. Okay. And I want you to know that Charles Grassley is 92 years of age. He's in the Senate, as you may know, you're Republican section. And he can, and even Donald Trump's older than me. So I'm gonna tell you, I played tennis 3 times last week. And I still got a lot of, I can't say what I have in me, but a lot of spark. Because I am privileged to serve Trumbull County with the finest group of people surrounding me. This young lady has a master's degree. She was in the military. She's my new budget financial assistant. If you guys can understand all this stuff in the computers, God bless you. I'm first to tell you. I'm a manager, and I don't know if I know when you go out there and you used to go on the field, you still want it, right? Again. You don't have a computer with you. Maybe you do. No, I guess maybe you do. I wouldn't want to have, like, dance or like, sure. It's just get out. I like to have a tennis racket. I say, I don't know. You like to race cars? How about you?
I draw.
Now, getting back to business, We got tax board, Corsa, township, engineer, we're gonna be a record level, though it's a little under the all-time record, 2 years, civil opinions,
We got
correct?
2 months to go, but
Yeah. We're over that.
And it's, there's all kind of diversity things going on. A lot of lawsuits, too much litigation, and no, I'm talking civil. And so we put together a package, and our request is for 200,000 more. And we hope to serve you in public as we've done, and we are doing it right now as we speak. Yeah, open to questions. Mr. Danforth, do you have anything to add?
I think you covered it well as far as I'm concerned. Again, you know, the workload is staying about steady, so, you know, as far as that goes, we need every about a bit of help that we can have downstairs. HR has been great helping us try to fill the open positions that we've had. You know, we're just trying to keep chugging along, basically. And I don't know, Sam, if you want to fill in any of the details that, or, you know, just wait for questions.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer any questions. The only thing I'd say is, you know, just for succession planning, we really lost a lot of people. We've really losing people 30+ years in. So we've lost, I think it was over 100 years experience in the last year and a half. And, you know, we're bringing people in. You just can't replace them. I don't care how good it is, how experienced you get somebody, they can't replace them for 30 years. So.
Well, I think we've got probably the best prosecutors department in the state, especially with you at the helm.
Well,
Guys are replaced.
thank you.
And Bill, you count on Bill for a lot. We don't even have to be here. We're talking to Bill. Yeah. You know, so we appreciate that. And I'm definitely a lot of liberty to question you as to your needs, so I have no questions. If you, Commissioner, might have any questions. I didn't think it could be that easy.
I appreciate the
Yeah.
opportunity.
This is the easy part. The
Yeah.
easy part's here with the
I know
hard
that, I know
part is when.
Well, we don't
We're
know
on
what's
with
gonna
it,
come
we're gonna
next
get
year.
cut.
I know
It's
that
okay.
next
What
year.
is concerning though is the public defenders do agree, they raise it in the midst, and they can. And they raise it up to like almost $800,000.
I have a woman that manned my county court, Judge Campbell. And from field court. And there's 4 public defenders plus contract. They have grown since COVID, the full time from like 7 or 8 to 19. And I've been within the 30. And so, and the other part is we have had some remands on some serious capital cases. We intend, I believe, in capital punishment. I believe that the juries of Trumbull County, the judges of Trumbull County, that determine that a person who, for example, Tammy Ingstrom, who was a beautiful human being, tortured and dismembered, so her mother couldn't see the body. And we got that guy executed after a Trumbull County jury and judges and all the appeals, he got executed. And I got Stanley Adams, another child rapist that's been continued, and I know our governor says they can't get the drugs. But we've got a dozen states that are getting the drugs. We've had 40 executions. And even Arizona is a democratically controlled state, are executing people. And I don't think the system's broken. I'm tired of belittling the work of the judges and prosecutors and defense attorneys of this state that have verdicts finding a person guilty of aggravated murder and sentenced to death, that is not carried out, and not come and talk to me. I've been at the committees. Tell me what's wrong. Did we miss the point with Tammy Ingstrom, Stanley Adams? And our state is as good as Florida, South Carolina, Louisiana, Arizona, Oklahoma, Missouri, they're carrying out the laws there. And it's not broken. We don't have the willpower. And I'm gonna tell you, and I met with some reporters and they didn't want to go through the Byros case. Why? But Governor Strickland got the drugs. The mother saw justice at the end. She died, and then right after the verdict, I want to see the killer of my daughter. She was tortured, and the crime was beyond belief. Absolutely, it was a horror story for that family, and they felt justice when Governor Strickland instructed the Department of Rehabilitation get a one drug protocol. In 7 months, we got it. We got that guy executed. Now, I don't care if you're a Democratic candidate or Republican candidate. The history of the United States of America, we've always had the death penalty. It's in the Constitution. And if you look at Ohio's governors, there's been more Democratic governors say execute in the final analysis than Republican. But it's been bipartisan throughout the history of the state of Ohio. And so I have compliments to President Trump carrying out his job in executing people that were fairly tried in federal courts. And I hope the Boston Marathon bomber is soon to go. Because there were 17 family members at that marathon that had their limbs blown off by a bomber. Why should he be executed? And by the way, there's a man some 15 years ago that was a psychiatrist at Fort Hood in Texas that shot 13 soldiers and wounded 32 others. He's in line for a military tribunal. And that may be going from the Pentagon to President Trump. And God bless President Trump if they execute him by military tribunal. I'm a Democrat. John Kennedy okayed military tribunal execution in the few years that he was president. Franklin Roosevelt during the war absolutely followed the military and had Germans executed that invaded this country and were going to kill our people. I'm part German, mostly Serbian. I don't care. It doesn't matter what nationality, color, religion. You don't do these real bad things to this country. And I think we need to really look at that the idea that the 9/11 enemy combatants from stateless Al Qaeda, that guy is still breathing air, that mastermind, and we won't trust a military tribunal. These are not the trials in warfare that we need to give to civilians. Who's the leader that I will say in history, one of my favorites, is Franklin Roosevelt. Because when the Germans came in 1941 to kill our Americans and took their uniforms off, the ACLU and others said, President Roosevelt, we got civilian courts. We don't want the military officers to decide in a quick fashion whether or not these Germans that were going to blow up industry and kill our citizens should not be tried in civilian courts. That's what they wanted, the defense bar. The Democrat, Franklin Roosevelt, you know what he did? We're going to give them to the military tribunals. 8 of them were executed. Some were acquitted. Not everybody that's charged with a capital offense in the military gets the death penalty. The military people are just as fair as the citizens out here. And by the way, half my cases, the Trumbull County jurors didn't give the death penalty. And I shook the hand of the defense attorney, didn't get it. But every case needs to be decided on the merits of the case. Every one of us are different and every trial is different. And don't say that because one prosecutor or one soldier did something wrong that we throw out the military or the justice system given by the citizens of Trumbull County. They're like you. The jurors decide whether or not there's a death penalty. let the system work, leave it alone. It's been here since the founding of this country. And I see both parties now want to throw out the death penalty altogether. They don't even want to keep it for mass murderers. It makes no sense. I just gave my speech for the day and I'm gonna shut up.
And if you put in a budget to build something across the street with 13 steps up the gallows, I'd give you that money in a heartbeat if we can do that.
The last execution.
We got plenty of space over there.
It was in 1835 they did.
Let's bring that back.
Well, you gotta be on my side there. I'm on, that's what we're trying.
Yeah. And cheaper than 13.
Dennis,
Something? You have the greatest tie I've ever seen, ever.
Ever in your life?
Ever, ever.
Oh, my God. You put that in the paper?
Take a photo.
Dennis, do you have an opinion budget wise? You've been here longer than anybody. Should we as commissioners ever be looking at and in order to save budget, in order to be fiscally responsible? Would you have any movement of possibly combining Central and Eastern District Court, or Newton Falls Court, or reducing the number of common police courts we have across the street based on our population? Because that's come up a few times. Is that something, would that save you money on budget with prosecutors and all these courts and travel going to these courts, or would it be no difference?
Yeah, I think that efficiency is sometimes a path to self-destruction, in the sense that you may, as you mentioned, you may not save the money in the first place, but you need to take a look at, it's a legislative question. And therefore, I would, with a given proposition, if it's appropriate, since the judges are my clients, right, Mr. Danto, I would only state that right now, the judges that we have in common police court are busy as hell with a lot of cases. And the reduction of the judges and prosecutors and as your staff is and the tremendous amount of increase in defense attorneys, the only sort of significant is signifying that we're going to cut prosecutors, maybe police, they've been cut, defund the police, and yet we're going to give more defense attorneys more money for rehab. How many rehab centers are you going to have? How many dispensaries for marijuana? There's a lot of ways you can cut, but I would not prioritize the justice system. That's my opinion.
And I guess what I would say, just to kind of mirror that, is that, you know, with us looking at 11 to 1,200 criminal cases coming through and things like that, that's not going to change, even if you reduce the number of judges, courts, staff, the state caseloads there. So if it's not a bottleneck, even it may turn into one, but even if it's not, I don't know, I'm personally not sure how much staff you could offload, because the caseload is going to end up being the same. So
But Columbiana did, it was proposed to us by Columbiana Commissioner, said, hey, look at it, because you got clerk, you got staff in Eastern Court, you got staff in Central, you got staff, and the other thing, those same staffers in one court, you can reduce the staff load by, not have anyone lose their jobs, but as people retire, as we integrate in the future, is that a way to go in the future? And then it was said that, you know, with our population, there are other counties that want to get another court, and they got to wait till a county gives a court up before they can get it.
I mean, that's a reasonable science here. I mean, I see where you're
Just budgetary, no personalities, just budgetary.
And I know that, for example, you could consolidate and just have a sheriff. Or you could consolidate further and just have the state police. Some states, that's all you have in major counties. And it really comes down to, in my view, and I don't look at government as a dictatorship, probably save a lot of money. I don't look at government as a profit making, or it's something that the taxpayers support because it makes their lives better. But when you look at, as I see America, I am a states' rights philosophic supporter of the way it used to be, and maybe that's why I say township. You eliminate the townships. The townships are important. They're local control, participatory democracy to Tocqueville came to Ohio. It's not sufficiency. It's a way of life to revere participatory democracy. And so I don't like the centralization of everything. And that was part of, am I correct on that? As he and I have talked about the philosophy, but there are 2 points of view. And in Florida, you can have a state's attorney. In Ohio, I'm the county prosecutor. We have a county prosecutor system. And it doesn't mean you can't go to alternatives. I'm expressing my view that I philosophically am supportive of keeping America more free with overlap of authority. I don't like too much authority in one hand. So that's what we've had. That was, and don't get me wrong, our Constitution was amended 27 times. We had some things that were unacceptable and we need to change, and we have changed. But I don't think you throw out the baby with the bathwater in a rejection of institutions that have had significance. And I like the idea that when I go to Highland Township, there's a police department. Now, at the same time, when there's a homicide, I'll tell Howland, now Howland's up to date, I want the sheriff. I work with the sheriff. They have more experience on countywide. And then guess what? I call the attorney general. You guys have some real experienced people in BCI and DNA. Can you send them to the Byros crime scene? I had a state agent doing the blood work of Tammy's blood all over the tracks by his, and that was, it's in the Supreme Court of Ohio. And I think it's important that we work together. We utilize the power of the state, and then we need to think very carefully. Some things you need to have some local presence. You were a township trustee. You can eliminate it, you save money. Right? Without all the functions in the road removal, everything with the engineer, you can do that. I'm not.
I'm laughing at you, Cam's.
I just saw him last week. I'm out of here. I'm sorry, did I answer?
Yeah, I'm just thinking budget wise, because it was brought up by Columbiana commissioners to, hey, that's one thing you want to look, if you want to save money in your budget, that's one thing some.
Well, you see, I think the taxpayers, I really, with inflation, there's so many variables. But I really think Trumbull County, and we didn't have a sales tax. I think until we get to the maximum that the law allows, it's not fair to our governmental officials, in my opinion. And this is not partisan, because most of the counties that have the full sales tax locally are commissioners that were Republican. And so that's where, when it gets to education, there's something sexy about centralization. It's all just got one thing for everybody. And I don't know about that. I like the conflict. I like to have the great experiment is if you don't have the states doing it differently by their own constitutional power, then you don't have much change, because only one's going to decide what's good for all. In North Carolina, for example, Jimmy Baker, who's a Creek, he had this amusement park. He was one of those religious guys. I mean, I'm not. And I mean, he was sort of a charlatan. I mean, the guy was. And I don't get me wrong. I love people that are practiced their faith. I'm talking about the guy at Amusement Park, and Tammy got the different things of wasting money, whether it's a government official or if you waste your money, that it's not right. And the point was, he got a lot of years for what he did in North Carolina. And if you went to New York or you went to Boston, they said, oh, that's cruel and unusual. You shouldn't get that way. I said, let North Carolina do what they want to do. And if Ohio wants to do it differently, and then if Ohio's got a better way, maybe North Carolina will adopt it, or we may adopt North Carolina. I like the experimentation of allowing the states to do things differently. Are you okay with that?
Like I told you at that meeting the other night, Dennis, you're the reason some judges put time limits on closing arguments.
I'm on. He's right, he's right.
That was.
I talked to him. I believe that.
It's all yours now, we got more.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Person gets off the elevator.
Who gets on?
Oh, whoever gets on that elevator. All right, I pushed him out of there, Dad.
Keeps everybody rock and roll after sure.
That's good.
Well, come on, ladies. So, I have my uses.
Yes. Of course. Good. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. Hi.
Okay.
We're gonna do central and eastern together or separate?
How are you?
You're good, I was. You're doing good.
Good.
Distinction.
Right.
Judge, it's all yours.
Well, we have our. Honestly, no significant changes. I mean, the salaries are. Sort of the schedule.
You got a class with you.
The biggest things are.
Yes.
Unsurprisingly, I'm sure utilities, health insurance. But yeah, we're just kind of scientific guessing
Alex has
where we're
great
gonna
news.
be.
Insurance.
Oh, really?
It's not.
Great news. It's nice to hear.
Yeah.
I could use some great
Yeah,
news.
I know that everybody's gonna look at, I look at it great, but I can tell you right now. I mean, I think from department share wise, everybody looks at it great. Our employees still gonna see an increase in health insurance. Yes, I mean, if anybody watched it should not.
Yes.
That works.
Everybody's assuming.
But when we did anticipate, last year we had a 14% increase in our health insurance to our chargeback rates. And this year we are actually looking at a 10.7% increase for single and a 10.65 for family. So that will reduce your budget slightly.
Oh.
I mean, is it like a, $1 million? No, but it's something.
Yeah,
Well, we're not getting hit as
Yeah.
bad as last year, so.
No, we are not.
And I think,
And we're working very hard to reduce costs anywhere we can in health insurance. However, you get what you pay for. So that is the problem with health insurance.
I always say, you may not always get what you pay for, but you have. I'm sure you would get what you don't pay for.
That's correct. And I'm afraid to go the other way because we're very lucky with the benefits that we have in this county, but we are that, so.
And you have a lot of new people, so you got a lot of step increases.
We did,
Yeah.
all three of our four clerks are new with my staff. Judge Osich, I think it numbers for both.
Yeah, we're
clerks on
essentially
the
in.
grants that we've got.
Yeah.
And we're committed to trying to hold the line. We recognize the county's not flush.
That's just the grant that we've got.
That's just
the
some
last,
records on the
Last
grant.
years. You
the
got one.
last several
Two
years.
courts.
With Eastern top, Central below.
We try to just hold the line where we can, not a lot of fat to work with, got a little less than we were hoping for last year, but agreed and we're able to throw a few quirks of circumstances, we were able to come in on, in that
Whatever you
range,
give us.
such as, I had a security officer at our court who decided it was final time to retire. And it's difficult finding qualified people to take this position, so for almost 2 months, we were short person there, we were cobbling it together before he decided he didn't like me and retired and came back. But it did allow us a little leeway on our budget to cover the shortfall. So, I guess we're here ready to answer your questions.
We're gonna try for another grant for new computers this year. That's, it's Ohio Department of Public Safety, ODPS.
Right.
We try every year for something and we're told that you're only allowed to get it every 5 years. So this is our 5th year. If you look at the sheet and you see that, what we got for new computers in that 1 year,
2020, 21.
it's 5 years and our computers are starting to die. I'm gonna try to get another grant, apply for it, whether we get it or not, but we may have to start.
And the state enforces budget issues of its own, so.
Yeah.
We're not entirely sure what's gonna be available.
They're,
but
right.
We'll pursue everything we can.
Right.
Two questions that I have.
Yes.
Where are we with video arraignments? It doesn't affect your budget so much, maybe if anything it might decrease yours, but sheriff's department wise, we've had people tell us. A couple of deputies loading the guys up, the wear and tear in the vehicles, back and forth driving to the courts, and then having the manpower to be there. Could be alleviated a lot. I know some of the courts you guys probably do it now already, some of yourselves. And do we see a future in that a little more to help save in other areas where we don't have to expend the manpower and the wear and tear in the vehicle? Via video arraignment compared to impaired.
Yeah, we do video games, yeah.
Now, what people request that we just simply can't do is other types of proceedings such as pre-trials and trials. That's just not doable with due process issues.
Oh, right here.
But invariably, if they're in custody, we do it by video, invariably. There have been courts who
Well, you wanna keep it.
periodically technical
Yeah,
things.
no, it's just for him.
I'm doing is.
Okay, yeah,
And
okay,
it shouldn't
right,
be constant.
because I think
And
one last
there
year
have
you
been a couple of
combined
times
it, how do we separate this?
drop down
This,
to jail.
they just need to know.
That they bring-
But that's kind of the norm now, is that it's for that
Not just
direction.
Line,
It's
on
consistent.
each court.
Very
will
good.
say-
Yeah, I don't
I'm
think,
sure Marty's the same.
you're saying it's always, been- I mean,
Yeah, here, give it here.
the rare exception, not the rule, where they bring out for,
Now, they do still have to transport prisoners that were unable to make bail for.
pre-trial.
Preliminary. Yeah, and then we're not.
But I think Judge Nosich and myself are both mindful of not just the defendant's rights to reasonable bail, that the burdens it puts on the jail, if we're too high. So that eliminates, doesn't eliminate, but it limits
Yes.
those transport issues.
Second question I had is just thinking long-term down the road for the health of the county and getting things moving in a different direction like we do in many other departments. If either of you had to say down the road, is there anything that you could see could save money? As you mentioned, you've gone to the jail before and done arraignments or wherever, done things at the jail. Things where we could minimize, save money there, or would you, either of you, when one retires, both retire, moves on down the road, could you see a unification of those two courts, maybe a full-time judge, rather than two separate entities out there down the road, not for anyone to lose their job or anything like that, just down the road, moving in a direction, because we're gonna be dealing with fiscal stuff forever, but you guys have years of experience.
Well,
If you were commissioner today, is there anything you would say, let's move in this direction, it'll save you money down the road?
Well, as you know, I think I know you weren't on the board at the time, but some 14 years ago, I think it was.
Yeah.
I worked very hard to put a proposal to consolidate these two courts into one. The then Board of commissioners did all they could to thwart it. And ultimately, we were able to get down to Columbus. It takes a supermajority in each house. And we had a unanimous vote in favor of it, out of Senate. However, for partisan political reasons, our then local representatives, both of which are no longer there, made sure I needed 8 Democrat votes to endorse it in the Ohio House to get the supermajority. And they made sure I didn't get any. Yes, there's certainly big savings made there. There would be initially new costs to affect the consolidation.
Because part of that is we have different case management software.
That
One
one
under court
one of
view,
the biggest
under Henshaw.
practical difficulties.
Those are very expensive.
And
that would
facility issues, certainly the court operating systems being 2 different systems is a big thing for facilities. The transition, you probably would not save money the first 2 years on a consolidation. Thereafter, I think you would. Ultimately, and certainly, I think, I thought it 14 years ago, I think it now.
Would that be able to be integrated with Newton Falls, or is that separate?
No, it'd be consolidating 2 courts. On full-time court.
Why does Newton Falls have other parts of the county as far as like Farmington, Mesopotamia, things like that?
Each municipal court is set up under state legislation. And when Newton Falls was created, I think that was way back in the 50s. And if you look at even Warren Municipal, Niles, Girard, those all do have unincorporated areas that are in Newton Falls because it's the smallest. It's not even a city. I don't think it's a
village.
I think it's a village. For purposes of population caseloads, they simply just encompass pretty much all of Northwest Trumbull County. The problem with if someone was to ask me, well, why not consult 3? Well, geographically, that's not very convenient. People move Falls and Brookfield coming together. So that's the purpose of the municipal or county court is it's a close to people. I wouldn't. I doubt. I rather doubt the people who use the Falls ordinance more the people along the eastern boundary of Trumbull County. Because it's just geographically, work, I suspect you to have an overwhelming population in such a court district. But I think realistically, the district of the current county court, about 14 years ago, pardon me, and I think it now practically should be full-time.
You concur with that?
I think so. I would say, yes, if there's the cost up front. The only other thing to think about is if I'm a Portland resident or I'm a Brookfield resident, I know I'm probably gonna feel a certain way about where I want to court, where I want to go. People don't want to drive to Brookfield. Portland, Brookfield, I'm not saying that's right or wrong,
When
but
they get divorced, they do children's services, juvenile court,
Downtown.
and all down there, they gotta travel for that.
they do, it's a big change and, that part. I'm not saying I'm opposed. I think if there eventually would be a cost saving. It would be, I think, the upfront, it actually be a cost. I believe it would be a significant cost increase.
Yeah.
Like
2 to 3 years.
significant.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
probably
the problem.
hundreds of thousands at
Meshing the
least
2
for-
systems together.
Right.
Significant.
And then that would have to
And
be
you
built
can-
into the cost.
Look at the 2 budgets and see what value versus
Right.
7. Why?
It's an investment that would save money long term.
Right. Long term.
Like, yeah.
Correct. And that's exactly the
Mhm.
proper review. of,
Yeah.
There would be some upfront cost, but ultimately. long-term
Correct.
savings. Plus, I think there's a lot philosophically to say in favor of full-time municipal. So,
Yeah.
There's always been some suggestion that less than ethically advising. say, uh, But it makes sense. People committed just to.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Got nothing, not on my end.
Tony didn't want to join us today? Well, no. Tony. Tony.
Oh, still.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry to hear
He's under
that.
the weather. Yeah, got hold of me early this morning.
Hopefully be back
here
tomorrow,
tomorrow.
text him, better go, hopefully.
Said he's feeling a little better.
Hope it's not the flu. I gotta
Could
get my
be.
shot too. I do need to get my shot, but I'm not sure. So
CVS, walk in.
that's what they tell me. I'd rather have my doctor do it, but I may have.
That's what I do.
CVS.
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 Yeah. You don't even need an appointment, you just walk in.
I know.
Mhm. Or Walmart, or not Walmart,
Walgreens.
Walgreens.
Yeah, the bottom line is
Yeah.
judging oxygen myself. To holding the line as best we can.
Yeah.
We'll do that as best.
If you look,
We recognize the county problem flush.
if you look at the line items from last year to this year, the only ones that increased were utility, the ones that you know increased.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah.
maybe $100 more in supplies or whatever, but that has gone up.
Minimal.
Yes,
Others.
minimal. Yeah, I mean, try to.
It always comes down to salaries and benefits.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
It's expensive, but
If you look at,
Full cost.
Yeah, I guess,
Yours.
I guess on mine, yeah, there's a couple.
there's a couple
There's
things.
a
at once.
possibility of a retirement next year, so there's a retirement, there's going to be some additional expense for.
Which is
through
the
time.
line sheet too, but that's why.
I did
it's a
see
little
that
bit
on there,
more.
on.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So that's probably.
Is that how you handle it? We still, or do you? At one time, the county had a special account where retirees were paid.
I just put it right in my phone.
Okay,
And your clerks are non-union, right?
right, we're non-union, but we follow the union contract.
Oh, yeah, they don't, they're all.
Yes, but we follow the step increases and everything else too. Yes.
and I have nobody getting ready to retire. Some to be fired.
Oh, no. I know, but they can stay on, they're still paying unemployment.
You should hear how they talk to
So
me.
you might wanna think about that. No, I'm kidding.
We talk right back.
Don't print that, Ray.
Guys have anything else for us?
Very
No,
good.
and good luck to you guys trying to.
Good luck,
handle it
you know.
because-
Appreciate your time.
We
Do
know
you guys
it's
have
not-
more questions?
not
Anything
alone.
else?
You guys were very thorough, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Linda's always great, every time I miss out, every.
We
single
always
time.
We rely on her to put the numbers together for us, so that's true.
I try,
No, it's good.
but you know what?
Hopefully
I turned that to
prosecutors
you.
say that
And one girl in the office
You're
said,
in trouble.
Didn't I help
I
you?
have to take.
Yeah, you got it.
extra license. But it's not in there.
Conversation at the party.
I'm just telling you.
See you guys.
Let's just put it that way.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, and she's single, not.
Okay.
Bye, everybody. Thank
Thank
you.
you, thank you.
You'll be here.
But you know what? Every time you turn around, there's
Take
something.
care.
I know,
that
well, I
you
know.
Thank you.
No, you did great, thank you, Linda.
You're welcome.
Have a seat. We're on our,
Yeah, we have a little bit of a break.
we're on our next select.
Everybody got Zach?
He's on his. Oh, okay. Right down. Starting to get a little.
Yeah.
It's good.
How you doing, Zach?
Good, I guess so.
Good.
Thanks.
Zach, you can. Whatever take the floor.
Yeah, I can do this. So, we'll start in 8.5 by 14 pages, because I think that's a little bit easier in terms of what our ask is and, what we're looking at. So for us, the budget comes from our transfer line item, and that's in on the far left-hand column that says R for revenue. And our line item is transfers, because you guys are transferring money to us. So we're asking for $450,000, $129.50. It's a two-part ask. First part is our operational side, which is the ask is about 150,000, but then we do have a capital ask of 300,000. And so we'll cover the 300,000 with some interest. Doesn't really matter. We'll start with 300,000, so you know at least what that significant increase is we have that old log cabin in Graceville that we'd like to renovate. And we're estimating about $300,000 to do that. So we're asking for that amount this year to hopefully get that done and back to the historical nature of it. So that's more the biggest increase is for that. And then the other increase within our budget is within our employees line item, and that is to hiring a part-time person in the park office to do the office manager duties that we did not hire in for this year. So we'd like to do that this coming year. And we did have it at $15 an hour, but we only able to keep that person for 6 months before she went and got a higher paying job at the post office. I mean, it's $15 an hour with no benefits. It's tough to even get people in to do an interview, let alone keep them in the job. So we bumped it up to $20. Hopefully we'll get good applicants. There's no guarantee that we get good applicants at $20 an hour with no benefits. So we shall see, when it comes time. I mean, we did get 40 applicants total, but half of those were junk resumes. And then once you got down to people you wanted to call for an interview, heck, we didn't get called back on, like 5 of them. So again, the intention is to hire, but that would be to be seen. And then, and we can talk about the other capital budget stuff, but in the 27, 28, 29, and 30. Or no, sorry, all the way through 29, we're seeking $50,000 in those out years to start just repairing little portions of the bike trail that are, exceptionally bad. Try to start hacking away at that instead of taking one big bite out of it. So if we can take, little bites, try to repair 100-foot sections here, do 5 of those a year, at least we're making some headway. It's not total repay, but at least it'll help us, get towards that end, over a, period of time.
This, these capital expenditures, I mean, I see the log cabin, are there any kind of grants here? Or where you gotta refer?
Or if you ask the community for donations, sort of any type of capital for fundraising.
That question, moving forward, board sat down with this and Zach has done an excellent job beating the bushes for the project, like, I know it's a bone from dam removal, repair of the bridge on the bike trail. I mean, monies have been scarce yet. Zach has been able to do something, but with this, the log capital, how long have you been working on trying to get it?
About 5-6 years.
5-6 years and no luck. Is it,
If we owned it for 5 or 6 years, did Braceville just give it to us? We,
No,
there was
no.
some correspondence from Braceville.
Okay, so,
regarding that. Emails.
yeah, so I'll just tell you guys some brief history about that. So it was a property that we acquired, actually through a state grant. And it was a house shell on the outside, aluminum siding and everything. You couldn't tell there was a log cabin underneath it. John Brown, our board chair, put in volunteer hours to the 18th to strip it back, to be able to look at this log cabin. So we looked at it and said, okay, we want to save this. So we were at least absolutely, or could actually just save it at the current moment. And then we started looking at trying to find grants to do something with it. We have talked to the Braceville. I had a brief conversation with them. I asked them to put together a proposal. They haven't sent anything back to me yet. Our problem is going to be with the Ohio Revised Code, because it says anything over a $2,500 dollar value, I can't just donate to a 501c3, which they are. Because I would love to do that. I would love just to transfer it to them, but
This was one of the parcels that we bought and we got reimbursed by the state. Is that what you're talking about?
no, those
Okay,
were
this was-
phase 4.
Okay.
This
okay.
is something that
That
we
was-
just meant, yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Gotcha.
exactly.
I just asked.
Yeah, correct.
I wasn't picking up.
No, that's okay. No, that's all right. And believe me, a lot of stuff moved. So again, we've had it. We actually brought out a log cabin person to look at it. He said the value of the logs are somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. So it's not like, all right, I have that information. I can't just ignore it and say, all right, it has no value and just donate it. So, we've been trying to figure out a way to get it to them without, putting everything at risk at the park district and, getting, charges thrown our way for violating the state.
but moving forward in direction, year or two from now, what we'd like to do is we'd like to separate the local budget from the capital budget. Maybe go to the people and ask for, and I know it's a 4-letter word, levy, to support capital projects and still in some way be tethered to the commissions. I ideally would like to go to on a levy for our entire funding, but Zach, what was that we got from Ohio Parks and Recreation? They had 45 levies.
Yeah.
In this past election cycle, 43 or 42 passed in the state. 3 did not, which is telling me that folks around the state, they have value in their park system. It increases the value of their community. And we would like to head in that direction, but we're gonna need support. We would like the commissioners, we don't like coming back here every year begging for capital improvements and things to make the community better. We understand the bind you're in, the fiscal problems that you have here. We feel that we may need to explore it. I don't know if we need to get a committee together and start looking at the next year or two down the road, these capital improvements. I don't want to come to you, just at first, maybe just get our local budget out of the commissioners' funds. Then somewhere down the road, just move everything off the levy. That's our goal. That's our plan. Well, here we are now. I don't know if you folks have been out and seen the log cabin. Beautiful. Those hand hewn logs, where you can see where they hand carve those over the years. Just something should be done with that. But if we don't get $200,000 or $300,000, and I know this is a bone in the throat of one of the trustees over there. I've been talking to Mr. Kuchner. He says, you don't need funding if you guys are just going to tear it down. We don't want to hear it. We're going to tell the commissioners not to fund you, not to do anything, and here we go again. Like in Ward Township, but the thing is, we've got liability issues. That place is wide open. Somebody can get hurt. You guys been out there?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't know the log cabin, but I do, what do we do with the log cabin? Is it a rental or something? What is it?
Well, no, it's
Just-
it's just
An
a
old-
shell, it's an 1830s, 1840s.
Is it a historic?
Can't
thing?
Yeah, correct. It's,
we get these-
it
we
is,
just-
Pick it up and move it to the fairgrounds, let the fairgrounds restore it.
well, again, we're starting to run into my revised code section.
Let's look at that part first.
Yeah.
Now, so I'm gonna tell you, 300,000 for capital improvements,
Yeah.
we don't even have a working elevator for planning commission. It's not gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I know, again, it's
We understand that, but-
realistic and.
What I'm wondering, can you get some sort of a historical grant?
That's what I'm saying,
Like,
some just.
we looked at-
society should
If
do it.
it's a historical structure, I'm thinking maybe there's an historical, would Julie know about that?
Yes.
Talked to Megan too about this in the past.
We could talk to KO.
We were approached by that community over there that supports reshapers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they wanted to make they wanted to make a little museum over there, but that kind of died on the vine. We
Yeah.
haven't heard.
they don't have any ARPA
They don't
monies or
have
nothing
any.
left, yeah.
So, I think we're all gonna be pulling from the same pots. We could look at going after a capital budget, request again. Because that'll be coming up next
Do
year
you think
for this.
KO can help with that? I mean,
We can ask, but I would think this is more of a community-based type of thing, just historical societies, like you said. Like the statue in Bristol or cemeteries or,
Yeah, they
Yeah.
pretty much shot us down. They said there are grants they could go after and get. There's no ARPA money. So.
no, we know that.
taxpayers aren't gonna stand for us putting money towards something like that.
Well, we don't even know where taxes are going here, to be honest with you, in another 2 years, unfortunately.
Well, yeah,
We could do that and they could vote it in and then next thing you know, it's gone. I mean,
It takes a while. It's not gonna be next
well, it'll be 27 if it does happen, but.
We certainly don't want to sit on our hands because that's another powder keg over there.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that you guys are aware of it now.
We'll talk to our grant writing firm and see if that there's something there.
yeah, just tell her to give me a call.
Yeah.
Work on it.
You know, Chris or
Yeah.
Bob or Gina or
year.
one of them.
Yeah, I know that. Christine. She said,
And back to the local budget. We're sorely in need of somebody to give exactly breathing room out there and getting some part-time help over there to do that. Whatever you guys can do, we certainly appreciate it. And I think this past year, we were fiscally responsible. That did an outstanding job. Just basically him and me and some guys jump and cut the grass. It was mentioned several times. That we don't do anything. We can't do much. There's not much in the budget.
Well, any questions? Appreciate the visit.
yeah, and then just.
Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, one thing before I go, not really budget related, the base war will be kicking off here soon.
Okay.
I got a pre-construction meeting in 2 weeks. So I'm thinking a groundbreaking in the spring for that. So maybe March, April, that's good with you guys. That way, we're not doing that in the winter. To me, it doesn't make any sense really.
That's the last leg of it.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. And then we'll do a ribbon cutting once once we get it completed.
Yeah, just keep us in.
Yeah.
Keep us in the loop, but we'll be talking.
What days is there any better days or worse days to do that kind of stuff?
Tuesdays and Wednesdays are weird.
Okay.
Or unless it's after the workshop,
Okay.
workshop after the work. Usually Wednesday's the best because the public meetings are shorter unless there's.
But anytime we did 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, any of those days.
2 or 3, okay. So that way I can just, get a Wednesday in March. But we'll see when the weather breaks too. So we don't want to be doing it out
Yeah.
in the middle of a snowstorm.
Good enough. Do you have any other?
No, the property with its cabinets, when it is restored. You wanna maintain that as a spot there, you wanna maintain it there. I was just at the Canton Fairgrounds yesterday, and they've got old cabins all over the fairgrounds property. That's gotta be even already.
You have a trustee over Braceville that has a very strong, he wants them with that. You don't want to, he wants it in the center of Braceville, or this, that, and the other, so. He wants it moved. Yeah. Anyway, he wants it brought back to original pristine condition. Center of
And
Braceville.
as of right now, you said the holdup is you can't give it to them.
Correct. I can't just give
I
it.
don't think he even wants it if you give it to him. He wants to pay for where he wants it, done what he wants.
Well, we don't want another beef with trustees and the commissioners of the board again.
That's
With that-
that's why we're
nobody
here.
wanted that.
That's why we're bringing it up.
Yeah. Well, let's see what me and Christine can come up with in terms of grants and trying to bring it back, because it would do nobody any good just to give it to someone and then it just sits and rots anyways.
Because
So
if it comes down to just demolition, we just raise it. And you're gonna have at least one trustee who're knocking at your door. Weekly basis.
Yeah, so let's see what we can do budget wise and then we'll, grants or otherwise, and then see, trying to get it transferred to somebody.
Well, we peeled the layers off it already. Why did we even start that if we weren't ready to?
Well, that was back 5 years ago. They had grant money to demo the whole entire structure. Again, nobody knew it was there. We had whispers, we had, innuendo. Not until did they start peeling everything off. Oh, yep, there is
When did they
that.
start that?
Again, that was about 5 years ago.
So it's been sitting there for 5 years the way it is.
Correct, with the roof and.
So it's no more, no less of a safety issue today than it was that.
Correct. But again,
What happened with the grant, or did they give up the grant because they didn't demo it?
well, again, so we demoed everything else around the house. Yeah, it was a full-fledged house around. It was modern everything in it. So once it was probably 3 or 4 layers thick of walls, going back through history.
Yeah.
Once you peel those off, then you got to the
logs.
To the logs, yes. So was it like you could have drove past that place every single day and never know.
It would be a travesty if that wood is lost. Burned or scrapped.
So now it's just out there rotting now. It's
Well,
uncovered.
I mean, it's aged, so it's not, it rots so much, but those hand hewn logs, they must be 14 inches. 14, they're beautiful. Yeah, that handwork that they did back then.
Yeah.
It'll be shame.
Our other problem is it's not 100% complete anyways because of all the modern things that were done in that house. So doorways cut,
Yeah.
stairwells put in. So it's
Stone foundations lost all its gravity, its integrity.
Yeah, so like we gotta put in new foundation, and you gotta put in, you gotta buy logs to fill in gaps. And so it's not, that's why it's 300,000. It's not as simple as just snapping fingers and saying, okay, well, let's do some ground and then call it a day. Well, that fixes a few things, but it doesn't put in windows, it doesn't do, you don't want to just put in vinyl windows, make it look.
With the exception of being historical, you could actually build a log cabin for around 300 grand. I think. I mean, I don't
Not
know.
with wood like that.
Maybe not that wood, but we've had some estimates out of Mosquito Lake log cabins in there. Pretty reasonable, but, well, we'll look at that with KO and see what we can find out, and then we'll look at the budget.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
All right,
guys, thank you
appreciate
for your
you.
time.
Appreciate you coming.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then I got something on the agenda
Have
for
a
next
nice
week too.
Thanksgiving if you
Yep,
don't
thanks.
talk to.
Well, I'll see you next week.
Oh,
I
I
got-
got signed some.
Well,
Oh, you're coming. Okay,
yeah, I
you're on the
got 2 things on the agenda. Yeah, it's to get reimbursed for the local match.
Wanna go to bed? You're getting a little tired.
Thank you.
I'm gonna start a hot car.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Well, what we got now?
That's
That's a lot of
That's it for the day.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second the motion. That was too quick.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Big call, yes.